Good morning and welcome everyone to this year's Regional Conservation Partnership Network Gathering. My name is Bill Labick and I'm a senior conservationist at Heisted and have served as the network coordinator since its founding in 2012. In last year's gathering, we focused on the meaning of land justice from the perspectives of people and communities in our regions who've experienced injustices for decades, if not centuries. Many of us left with a new awareness of the need for centering justice in our conservation work. However, this past spring, in speaking with leaders of 30 RCPs, I heard that people were struggling with how to advance land justice in their conservation work amidst other concerns involving climate change, community conservation, and threats to biodiversity. That's why this year, we shifted our focus to the how of climate justice and related climate resilience. We have 3 sessions today, and each includes speakers and breakout group discussions. We'll begin with our keynote speakers, Chris Cato and Dr. Nina Estrella Luna, who will talk about why and how to build a new table in conservation work. The late morning session will focus on building reciprocal relationships with people from communities and cultures that may differ from your own. And another, in the early afternoon, will explore what we can do regionally with these new reciprocal relationships. Last but not least, Cassandra Bull, our final word speaker, closes out the day with her perspectives on the role of conservation in cultivating community. Before we go further, I want to acknowledge all of the members of our team at Heisted who've been working together tirelessly since the last gathering to produce this event, including Diane Russell with the Institute for Conservation Leadership. Throughout the day, I encourage us to celebrate and engage each other as a network, because that's what we are. If you're here, you're part of the network. I invite you to click the link in the chat box and fill out the Google form to let other people know in the RCP network about you, what knowledge you have to share, and what you'd like to learn more about. We've designed the gathering to help us see more clearly how climate justice relates to all of us and our work in conservation. Learn how to build new relationships with individuals in more communities in our regions, and deepen our engagement in the RCP network. Check out the event packet, which includes the following information listed on the slide. Please read through the Zoom tips and help us help you have a great gathering. As we did last year, we're offering these standards of engagement meant to remind us how to engage respectfully. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to message me directly. And last but not least, I'd like to turn the gathering over to Diane Russell with the Institute for Conservation Leadership, who will walk you through the following networking section of our program. Diane?
Thank you so much, Bill. It's great to see everyone. And we've gotten used to being on Zoom, and more, I know I've been in person with people. There's something that happens when you gather with people where you just have a natural way to be able to connect. And we want to try to mirror that in today's session by giving you a chance early in the gathering to connect with some of the participants. As Bill said, you're a network, and networking happens when we're connected to each other. So we're going to go immediately to some small breakouts. You'll be with 3 other people. And what I'd like you to do is to just take a chance to introduce yourselves to each other. Who are you? Where are you? What kind of work are you doing? And then after that go round of introducing yourselves, I would invite you to do a second go round where you have a chance to share one thing that you are working on that you're really excited about. I think this is one of the things that maybe in conservation we don't focus enough on. We get all the problems that we have, but I think this is a moment for you to just think about something you're really proud of or that's really been working that you want others to know about. So we'll go to breakouts now. You'll have about 5 minutes. with these other folks, and we hope you have a chance to meet some new people. So welcome back from breakout rooms, and for those who have just joined us, welcome as well. We're excited to have you with us. We just did some breakout rooms where people had a chance to introduce themselves and talk about one thing that they're working on that they're really excited about. And I would invite everyone to pile on in the chat right now and just pop in your thing that you're excited about so we can share this. This will be a record that we'll have for the gathering, and we'll also be able to share that and use that as a networking tool in terms of what things people are doing that is creating excitement about our work for justice, for climate, and for conservation. So we've got some things coming in now. A lot of good work on the Northeast Forest and drinking water, all about soil regeneration. Not going to be able to read all of them. Another thing on soil, landscape. Oh yeah, bring it, folks. This is fantastic. A new national refuge in Southern Maryland. That is close to home for me. That sounds fantastic. Beneficial use for dredge materials. I love that. And tribal land return and relationship building through first light. Excellent, excellent stuff. More work on forests, but in the mid-Atlantic. Trails. Connecting with other folks that are collaborating on land justice and protecting water. Just trying to hit the high points here, folks. This is fantastic. Report on wildlands, Forever Wild in New England. Classes. I love it. Tree Hugging 101. I have been caught hugging a tree on occasion. Maybe I should do that more often. RCPP projects, that's federal funding up in the Rensselaer Plateau Alliance. Engagement and interest in land justice, that makes me excited and part of what I'm sure is bringing all of us here today. I would encourage everyone to mute I think we're probably about ready. We're going to go to one more opportunity for you to connect with folks, and this will be a little unique. These groups will be larger. And you will have a chance to choose your own breakout. In a moment, I'll explain how that will work, but you're going to be in a discussion with people who share your birthday month. So you just have to think about your birthday month, and then you'll choose that one when the time is right. Same sort of structure for this. Most important, especially if you have a very popular birthday month, is to get around the circle and have a chance to just introduce yourselves to each other. Again, your name, your location, the group that you're with. And then the second go round, if you can complete it, would be, what are you looking forward to in today's program? So in these sessions, you'll have about 10 minutes for the go round. And we just encourage you to use that time as best you can. Okay, so Zoom, the magic of Zoom, they've given us this cool opportunity to choose your own breakout as opposed to being assigned. And the way this is going to work is at the bottom of your screen, a little icon should pop up here and you'll click that, or it will just, often it directly pops up in your screen and it will look like this. And the key is when you look at it,
Diane, do you want to share your screen?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the assist. I'll just go back and flash this. Round one, introduce yourself. Round two, what are you looking forward to today in the program? This is the icon that I was talking about that'll pop up. It'll either pop up and you click it, or sometimes it depends on the Zoom program on your computer, it will just pop up like this. I often want to just go and click the name, but the key here is to click the join button when that pops up. And once you're in your breakout, you'll have a chance to talk with everyone. This should work for everyone, but if it doesn't, don't panic. We will be able to assist you, and we'll put you in your birthday month once you tell us if the whole system of choosing your own breakout group doesn't work for you. So I want to check with my colleague Rachel and see if we're ready. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully all of this will work and you'll magically meet all your birthday month mates and have a chance to get to know each other a little bit. Have fun. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a fun time meeting folks from your birthday month and bonding together about that. We're going to do one more thing to just connect with each other, which is using a tool called Mentimeter. And we're going to ask you a couple questions with Mentimeter. We'll be using this throughout the day, so it's good to kind of get used to it. There are 3 ways to get to the Mentimeter screen on your device, either your computer. I really like using my phone or a tablet. You can click on the link that's just been dropped. That will take it to you. You can use the QR code, or you can open a browser, tap mentimeter.com in, and then use the code 11337634. I'm going to switch my screen to Mentimeter so that we can see what's happening in Mentimeter as people answer this first question. And the numbers for this Mentimeter are always here at the top if you ever want to use that link again and go back in. You might want to leave it open because we are going to be using it all through the day. So we're just asking 2 questions here. Wondering if you met someone brand new. It's random in terms of where you go to the groups and who you have a chance to talk with. And we're also curious if you picked up any new things that you weren't aware of before. Like more answers are coming in. All the results from Mentimeter will be shared as part of the follow-up for this as well. So let's just go to the next question, getting a pretty good sense that folks are meeting people and not too bad on learning. But I think this next question, you jumped. Yeah. I think that's it. I appreciate everybody doing the networking with us, and I'm going to hand things over to Bill to kick off our first panel.
Thank you, Diane. So I'm pleased to introduce our 2 keynote speakers and serve as moderator for this session. I'm going to say a few words about each of the speakers, and then we'll jump right in. So this past June, I heard Dr. Nina Estrella Luna speak at a workshop at the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy on Environmental Justice in the context of collaborative landscape conservation. It happened to do with the Connecticut River watershed. And I found that her words were refreshingly candid and frank. And in particular, they were helpful to those of us who went there looking for guidance on how to advance land justice and equity at a larger scale. I remember 2 things she said during the session that really threw me, which was, the first was slow down in terms of your conservation activity in the watershed when you're dealing with communities. The second is, if you're going to engage communities, you go to the community, not with an agenda, there to listen and to engage. So very happy that Dr. Nina, you were able to join us here, and I can't wait to our conversation. So I've known Chris Cato since 1993. We're both longtime volunteers for Eagle Eye Institute, whose tagline, "Nature for All Youth," gives you a sense of our mission. Chris has over 30 years of experience in youth development and community organizing, and all this shows up in his leadership on the board as board president. And also, more recently, Chris joined the newly formed steering committee of the Northern AT Landscape Partnership, which just happens to be a major initiative of our network, the RCP Network. And I consider Chris both a friend and brother, and very glad that he's able to join us today. So our intention for this session is really to get at the heart of both why and how to center climate justice in our landscape conservation work. We'll begin with each providing brief remarks, and we'll then have a conversation based on those remarks. What's missing? What are some overlaps? So Dr. Nina, we'll begin with you. What does climate justice mean to you, and why and how do we need to build a new table in conservation work, one that includes all people interested in conserving their community's resources and strengthening its resilience?
Thank you, Bill. I am happy to be here, despite the fact that it's 9:30 in the morning, and I'm still generally not fit for human interaction before 10 a.m., but I'm here and I'm happy to be here. So let's get this started. As I've reflected on this question over the last few weeks, what is important to me in this question is the justice part. So in my work as an anti-racism and social equity consultant, the philosophy that drives my work, justice is actually what is centered. And specifically, justice that is focused on equity and care in human relationships. And that's a really important thing for you to understand about this, that for me, as a justice advocate, social justice advocate, climate justice advocate, climate justice centers people. It necessarily must center people. It cannot be justice otherwise. And so what I aim to do in the work that I do with, in all the spaces that I'm in, is to create or at least to try to begin to create the conditions for social equity, for redressing historic and ongoing harm, and for care for people as we prepare for and adapt to a changing climate. Now, an important aspect of the people focus that's important to me, at least, is this recognition that climate justice is inextricably linked to other issues of justice. All the injustices are intertwined. Economic justice, housing justice, racial justice, environmental justice, climate justice, land justice, indigenous rights, immigrant rights, civil rights, voting rights, bodily autonomy, right to mobility, labor rights, and the rest. You cannot create justice in any of these without creating justice in the others. And I recognize that this is probably really overwhelming for some of you. It might even be paralyzing for some of you, and I do get that. And I want to be clear, I am not asking you to take on more things than you are prepared to do. I'm not asking you to work on areas that you are not prepared for or expert in. But what you should know is that when you are doing your thing in the conservation world and you want to integrate climate justice into that, you will be presented with questions about, for example, how does your climate justice work affect housing justice or land justice, right? And so what I want to encourage you to do is to embrace that challenge. Embrace the challenge to figure out, how do we reconcile things that are seemingly at tension with each other, right? Because a lot of the conflicts, quite frankly, are created by white supremacist and capitalist ideology and thinking, right? These conflicts are not laws of physics, right? They're social constructions, as the political sociologist in me would say, right? And as a social construction, it's only real, those conflicts are only real because we've made them real. Because they are human creations, it means that we can actually create new realities, and we've done it before. So when you're presented with that challenge and you have the courage to take it on, one of the things that you are doing is fighting against the ways in which these oppressive and destructive systems keep us busy fighting each other, right, with our various justice focuses, rather than working together to solve our common problems. So now, because my work is justice centers, there's a number of philosophies and principles that inform the work that I do. In the interest of time, and given this theme and this question about building a new table, I'm only going to talk about how the environmental justice approach is actually key to advancing climate justice. And I want to be very clear here, is if you remember nothing else that I say today, it's not because environmental justice is about environmentalism or environmental health or even public health, because it's not. Environmental justice is about civil rights. So what the environmental justice approach does is it centers our attention on the distribution of benefits, costs, and power. And it forces us to grapple with a series of questions that I want to provide to you today to have you think about when you are engaged with the work that you do. Probably most applicable to the theme this morning is, who is making the decisions? And specifically, are the people who have to live with the material outcomes, the material effects of those decisions, particularly the costs or the burdens, are they in the room? Are they at the table when those decisions are made? But more importantly, do they actually influence the final decision, the material outcomes of those decisions? Because the challenge here, and this is very important, the challenge here is that it's not enough to be at the table. You also have to be able to influence the decisions that are made at that table. So my participation as a person who lives in an environmental justice community here in Massachusetts, as someone who lives in a historically excluded community, as a member of a historically excluded and currently marginalized community, my participation has to be structured so that my contribution is actually integrated into the decisions that are made. It is reflected in the outcomes. So what this means for you all is that the people who usually sit at these tables not only have to make the table bigger, but you also have to learn to shut up, to listen, but more importantly, to take seriously what historically excluded and currently marginalized people say. Now, the other big question that the EJ approach asks us to always consider is, who benefits from these decisions? And who pays for or is burdened by those decisions? And when we ask those questions, we're talking about benefits and burdens materially, but also symbolically, representationally, psychologically. Who benefits from those decisions? And in regards to that piece of it, when we think about benefits and burdens, when we think about who pays for things, we also want to think about what ideas about human relationships, what social ideas about people's values or the value of peoples are reinforced or transformed by either the structures and processes through which those decisions are made or by the actual decisions themselves. And so I want to tell you the story that Bill alluded to earlier, because that does illustrate some of these. And I know I'm going over, Bill.
Yeah, I think we need to go to Chris, but I'm hoping that you save that, because that's
sure.
Save that for maybe one of the questions, because I know it'll come up. But thank you so much. I just want to comment on that. The notion that justice is about people and equity and relationships, I think is really apropos of the gathering today. But I won't go on. Chris, we'd love to hear your answer. What does building a new table in conservation work mean to you?
Thanks, Bill, and thank you, Dr. Nina Estrella Luna. I really appreciate hearing from you. I'm really excited to be here and to share with you. And as Bill said, I am representing Eagle Eye Institute, and I just want to kind of go back around to what Eagle Eye is. It's our mission is to support and promote equitable engagement of youth in nature to positively impact their lives, their communities, and the natural world, and to elevate time in nature as an essential human right. And as Bill said, our tagline is nature for all youth, quite simply stated. And I really want to recognize and honor all of the people here. I strongly believe that the conservation community, all conservation work is really designed to support humanity. And I believe that humanity's continued existence will be a result of the conservation community. So I really want to put you in the light for the important role you're playing and the important role you're going to have to play going forward. I also want to recognize and honor my mom, who passed November 1st. And the reason why I want to honor her is because she sent me to camp. I was one of the city kids who got a chance to get outdoors and be away for the summer. I was infused with that. However, when I was 12 years old, I was at camp when my sister was murdered. And I decided I'm never going to camp again. I am not going to have that wonderful experience because I do not want to experience this trauma. 5 years later, I was 17 years old, walking down the street. Summer just started. I said, what am I going to do summer? My opportunity at that moment was to be a drug dealer. That was what I had at hand to do for the summer. In that moment where I was trying to decide, the person who taught me how to swim and guided me through camp walked out of one of the community centers and said, what do you guys do in the summer? Me and my brother. He says, you got a job as camp counselors. 3 days later, I was a camp counselor up in New Hampshire. I hadn't realized that I was in a deep depression from the time that I stopped going to camp to the moment I arrived back in New Hampshire. And I rolled down the window and I took a whiff of this air, and instantly my healing began. Instant, just smelling that air, I realized that time in nature was so important to my continued existence. Also, I was pulled off the street. I was no longer harming people with selling drugs, and I was no longer harming myself, but I was in the role of creating positive experiences for other young people in nature. That stuck to me in my career in the path forward. So I've continued to engage young people in experiences outdoors simply as a way to extend life. So that's kind of why I come in here and recognize and honor the work that you do. Because in many ways, when you are creating an opportunity for somebody to have time in nature, you can be extending life. And that's why I want to say humanity's continued existence will be the result of conservation. I want to recognize it. Okay, so a few points I want to touch on quickly is being somebody who grew up in the city, got time outdoors, still didn't get it. You know, I enjoyed being outdoors and having fun. I still didn't get it. It took another experience of seeing just how significant other humans play in getting me to these other spaces. And in turn, me paying it forward and being involved in Eagle Eye and our work to get more people outdoors to help service workers, practitioners to understand the process of doing. And so I come around to understand conservation is a shared value across all cultures and communities. The focus on what we conserve is different. Some of us are focused on protecting our natural spaces. Some of us are focused on protecting our children's existence. But that's a conservation practice and effort. I grew up at a time when 1 in 9 Black youth would be either arrested or shot. Time and nature intervened. And it has done that for many people. So I want to point that out. The other part is the conservation community is doing such incredible work that is going unnoticed. Such incredible work on the behalf of humanity that's going unnoticed. We may want to think of how to shift that, how to get more illumination on the important work you're doing on behalf of everyone. Sometimes in my conversations, there's this question of how do we attend to climate justice? How do we attend to removing these barriers? How do we engage the diversity practices? I want to acknowledge that by nature of what you do in your conservation efforts, you understand diversity at a micro level. You understand diversity through understanding a healthy ecosystem, knowing that our forests, when they're at their best, diversity is on the maximum level. So I just don't think you don't get it. You get it at a super deep level. Just apply it to humanity and recognize that you're really right there. So that's another thing. So when you get this foggy lens of what we do here, it's like go back into your toolbox of what you do, how you do it.
So Chris, excuse me, I'm gonna cut in because I'd like to get to questions that relate to both of your topics, both of your remarks. What I heard, something that both of you were talking about, is really that whole notion of, climate justice is about people, it's centering people. It's a civil rights issue. It's an access issue. And given the context of this this network is, of collaborative landscape conservation, private groups, public groups working together in a shared landscape, facilitating, making decisions. If we were again to focus on how, I think we've heard from you a lot of some of the whys and some of the hows, direction, pathways. But if you were to provide concrete advice to the audience as to how they might take steps, those initial steps, given also the fact that you might also say, what do mostly white conservationists need to do in order to engage communities that may be of a culture that maybe differ from their own? And so Dr. Nia, can you start with that, and then we'll jump back to Chris?
Yeah. It's interesting, the question about how, because I think there's a tendency, particularly in sort of white culture, US white culture, to want to get to the tools and want to get to the, processes and the strategies. And a lot of it has to do with your mindset and your openness, right? And how you see and define people and places. And so one of the things that has come up for me, in particular in the last several months in some of my work across the state around different environmental issues, that I think is really important, and I would love to see the conservation world really do some critical self-evaluation on, is changing these assumptions about spaces and how we think about and define spaces, right? Because right now, in particular, there's kind of a deficits orientation in how we think about spaces rather than a possibilities orientation, right? So what I would invite you to do is to see spaces that you might otherwise call degraded or low value as potential assets, right? And part of the reason that I say that is because how we define space extends to how we define and see the people who live in those spaces. So if you are calling and defining a space as low value or degraded, you are unintentionally, I totally get it, but remember, intentions don't matter. You will then necessarily be defining the people who live in and amongst those spaces as also low value. And this is particularly important in the urban environment, but it's also important in the rural environment, right? So, you know, how do you see and define active working lands, right? There's a strain of conservation that sees land production like farming and particularly grazing as low value activities. And so, you know, you want to really start thinking and interacting with the people who live in those spaces to help you shift your orientation to what those possibilities are, right? But I will say, just as a quick note on that, what that requires to do that, right? In order for you to shift your mindset on this, you're going to need to build trust and respectful relationships with the vulnerable, marginalized peoples in those communities, right? And the most important thing to remember about all of that is that you are not entitled to that relationship. You, especially for conservation orgs, you do not have a good history when it comes to historically excluded and marginalized communities. You have to become trustworthy, because we've survived, honestly, without these relationships for a long time. We've even thrived. So we want to be in partnership, we want to collaborate, but we also need to do it in a way that builds trust and respect.
Thank you. Chris, I wanted to just talk a little bit about jumping out, you know, or building on what Dr. Nina just said about changing perspectives. And I think you brought up in your remarks a couple of ideas that were just, I don't think I've heard before. It's just really recognizing conservation, the great work it's doing, that it's going unnoticed by the vast majority of people, right? Yeah. So I wonder if you could also just speak to that changing perspectives. I think that changing mindset is so important, because the white perspective, you know, even from a conservation perspective, we know what we know. We can't see what we don't know. And I'm wondering, could you say a few words more about the changing perspectives that you see needs to happen, or mindset shift that might help us think about how to engage communities in an equitable, respectful way?
Thank you. The first thought that came to my mind is, we all walk different trails or paths, and in the conservation community, our paths cross often. And then we have networking opportunities where our paths cross. And in those intersections, we exchange ideas, possibilities, things come from it. So are your paths crossing into territories or areas where conservation is happening the least, where awareness of what you're doing is happening the least, where time in nature is happening to the least? Start to show up in those spaces and bring your knowledge, skills, and care and passion. But think about getting comfortable in uncomfortable spaces. And when we engage urban people to get them outdoors, we're asking them to step outside their comfort. And when we do that, oftentimes people find power and empowerment from doing, by saying, whoa, there was something I was really uncomfortable with, but that was actually a myth. And so it's the process of dispelling these myths. And one of the myths is that the conservation community really doesn't care much about the urban situation, condition, challenges, which is not true. But we've got to change that perception. So show up on paths and trails that maybe bring you closer to these communities. Be consistent in that. And then make them more, make those pathways kind of the meeting, those intersections, the meeting opportunities for exchange, not just for unloading what you have to give, but to learn so that it really sticks. So I just say, where are those intersections of inspiration? Identify where time and nature is happening the least, identify where the conservation activities are happening the least, and then recognizing as well is that this conservation community needs new leaders, needs new, it needs to cultivate a whole new group of players to support humanity's existence. And so you've got to go into the places where the leaders are not seeing conservation as an important role. Start cultivating, recognizing that's the new untilled land to start working on for the conservation community's existence as well.
Yeah, that's really fantastic, Chris. I'm just in recognition of, again, I feel like these RCPs, these regional conservation partnerships, are really poised to address that whole landscape. You know, looking at the whole landscape as worthy and as assets of the possibilities that are spread across the entire landscape, not just the areas that we're familiar with, not just working with people that we're familiar with working. So we have a question from Connie Amanis, I think, relating to something that Dr. Nina mentioned about getting more people to the table. And the question is, and maybe for both of you to answer, is what are some of the practices that we should, or supporting activities that we should take care of in order to become more successful or be successful in giving true voice and decision-making power to historically excluded people? And how do again, if looking to give advice to people, how do they go about doing that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Chris, do you want to start?
Tree hugging one-on-one. I mean, I say that kind of jokingly, but we used to joke about tree huggers as being, just that. There's so much more in there. And I kind of say that, tree hugging one-on-one, just connect on that very basic level if you can, and think of how to build out there. And I say that to not complicate the process. This is something you know how to do, you've done it, you can engage it. Just do it in communities where it's not happening a lot.
Yeah. I think, this is, as I said at the Lincoln Land Institute earlier this year, I think the two key things here are exactly what Chris just said: going to where people are, going to their spaces and seeing and having conversations, or even just sitting back and listening for what's important for people. Because Chris is right. We all actually want a lot of same things. There's resonance to things. You have to learn to hear it in what people are saying. And you're not going to be able to do that with going to one meeting, for example, right? You have to be in community, you have to be in space with folks in order to do that. But you also really do have to learn to slow down. Right. And I think that's a real challenge. And again, this is part of our white culture here, right? The sort of urgency, and we have to stick to budget cycle schedules, and projects have to happen on in certain timeframes. And when we critically evaluate our structures that allow us to then slow down, right, then we make the space for doing that, right? We make the space to build relationships. We make the space and the time to build trust over those period of times that you need. So, the main practices: go to where people are, and then slow your roll. Don't come in with a proposal. Go in with, what is it that people here care about, and how can then we work together so that we're attending to the needs of a community, which may not be necessarily access to nature per se, but what folks need access to nature can be integrated into that. right? And there's lots of examples of that kind of thing happening in different spaces.
So what, I do have a couple of questions in the chat that talk about the rights of nature. And so when you talk about centering justice in conservation work, we have a couple of questions relating to, you know, how we would center. Let me just think about this. You speak about the importance of centering people and also engaging in truly reciprocal relationships with other than human relatives. So how do you, given the fact that a lot of conservation groups are really focusing on biodiversity conservation, and that's in large part where they're coming from, how do you speak to that tension between focusing on environmental justice that focuses on people versus on nature, plants, and animals that don't have a voice necessarily at the table? And whoever wants to jump on that first.
You know, I'm going to set aside the rights question because that's really complicated, to be honest with you, and it's worthy of a meeting on its own, around just the tensions around using a rights framework for all of this. And I say that as a legal scholar, but I do think that there's a misconception between what folks, especially historically excluded communities, especially those that live in urban environments, and their desire for a relationship with nature. And one of the things that I think is really important that that the conservation movement, conservation folks could, again, challenge their own assumptions about is, how do we reconnect our relationships with nature, and what does that actually look like, right? I think, and somebody mentioned it in the chat earlier, the conservation movement in the United States has a particular idea in its head about the right way to engage with nature. And that needs to be challenged, right? And so when you think about how do we kind of address that seeming tension between a focus on humanity, right, and protecting vulnerable peoples and redressing historic and ongoing harm, reconnecting folks to nature in their communities as well as outside their communities, as Chris's beautiful story illustrates, is a part of that, right? And so you just want to think about, how do we, you know, move away from what is an apparent conflict and disentangle the assumptions that make it a conflict, and then work through it. And you're only going to do that when you're in relationship with people. But I can tell you, as a Latinx person, my folks have been in nature from the beginning, right? And we even as we're urbanized folks in my upbringing, you know, we still went camping. And I had aunties who would joke about, like, you know, we worked really hard to get out of the dirt and now we're going back into the dirt. But really, it was about trying to be in nature, right? So the desire is there. How do we make it happen? But how do we make it happen in a ways that actually contributes to communities' resilience and thriving as well? And that might not be how you have historically thought about conservation.
Go ahead, Chris.
I guess I have an opinion.
Actually, Chris, before you say that, there's someone who wanted to clarify their question. It was just about, they didn't see it as a tension between people and nature, but a rebuilding of all our relationships. I think that's important. And that's kind of what Dr. Nina, you were really referring to. Now, before you get going, Chris, I just wanted to mention that we're kind of at the time for final remarks. And so we have a few minutes for each of you, if you'd like to say, you know, based on the conversation, based on some of the questions, what are some of the things that you might want to impart to the audience, to the network?
Sure, I'll jump in. I recognize the conservation community as significantly important to humanity's existence. And I just think that where we are in the calendar after social unrest, this health crisis or political madness, we may not be in an actual natural disaster. But figuratively, people are still sitting on their roofs waiting to be rescued. And time and nature is one of the things to bring into play here. And I call on the conservation community just to think of folks all over the place are still underwater and emotionally and what have you. And so there's a role that time and nature is going to be, it will have to play going forward. And there's a role the conservation community can play in bringing that into play. So I just wanted to say, think of us being in a natural disaster. What's your response? You got to show up in the boats and the trucks or whatever, but there's got to be a response. And I say the time is now. So that's my statement.
Thank you, Chris. And Dr. Nina?
Yeah. First, I want to really honor Chris and you telling your story and the vulnerability that it takes to tell a story that deeply personal. So thank you very much for gifting that to us. And I think one of the things that models here when we talk about sort of building a new table and engaging folks in different ways is modeled by exactly what Chris did, right? There's a whole new way different way of doing things that is going to be required as we create or restore our relationships with each other and our relationships with nature. Just a whole new set of tools are going to be required, a whole new way of doing construction, right, to build this new table. And so I would just encourage you to take up the very difficult challenge of being prepared to have everything that you thought you knew, everything that you thought was right, to be challenged, right? We have to do things differently. And that requires that we think differently. That requires that we value differently. But I also think that on the other end of that journey, I will say you're going to be okay. And things are going to get better if you have the courage to do that.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your remarks and the final comments. I can tell from the comments and questions that people have in the chat that people are really, both taken, inspired, and impacted by your words and your stories and ideas. I do want to, before we move on, because we're actually a little early, and I think people will honor the fact that they'll have a little bit longer breakout. I just want to thank the keynote speakers for their brevity and power and impactful statements. So, yeah, I just want to mention that I think it's time for us to move to the breakout. Diana, do you want to have that or provide that introduction to the breakout session?
Yeah, I would be delighted to. And I don't know, I really want to appreciate Dr. Nina and Chris for you bringing yourselves, your expertise, your deep background, your commitment, and certainly also want to honor Chris for sharing his story with us. It's very moving. And I know, Chris, what it's like to lose a parent. And so I want to especially honor you showing up with us in this time of mourning. If others in this gathering are like me, there's a lot to process in what you both shared. And so I want to create some space and slow things down. I know the breakouts that we did at the very beginning were very quick. They were meant to be a mixer, and you didn't really have a chance to go deep and connect with each other. But this next chunk of time, I believe, will give you that. And we want to be taking in what Dr. Nina and Chris gave to us as gifts and be able to really think about that and how it applies to our own circumstances and our own journeys. So in these breakouts, you're going to have about 25 minutes, and we hope you'll be in groups of 5 or smaller. And I want to invite you to use a process that I believe helps to create some equalness in the conversation. So you're going to use rounds of conversation rather than everybody diving in and going deep. So the first will be that basic introduction of yourselves, your location, and any group or groups that you're part of. In the second round of conversation, I invite you to share with each other, and you might want to just think on this a little bit, but what did you hear from Chris and Dr. Nina that intrigued you most, that you're curious about, that you want to explore more? And I really believe this posture is part of what helps slow us down, helps us be open. So I really want to invite you to step into that question. What was intriguing? Maybe what was challenging, even if it was intriguing? And then in the third round of conversation, I invite you to talk about anything that was shared and how they apply or don't apply to your work. This is a space I hope that allows us to kind of open up and think about our mindsets, as well as begin to think about how might I actually use this without moving quickly into what am I going to do. Just want you to stay with the concepts and how it applies or doesn't apply. And so these are random assignments. In a moment, it will pop up for you to go to a group. We hope you will go. We hope you will dive into these conversations with other folks. And again, you'll have about 25 minutes. When we come back, we're going to gather up some of what was shared and be able to look at it and allow Dr. Nina and Chris and Bill to think about that and some of the themes that might be emerging from these smaller conversations. Welcome back, everyone. I always love when people come back from breakouts, A, because I can see your shining faces, and B, because mostly people are smiling, and it's lovely to see you all. We are going to try to peek into some of what you shared in your groups and some of what you all have been thinking about. And we're going to use a tool called Mentimeter to do that. And let me just go through this so that you understand how you get to the platform and can use it well. You can get there by clicking on the link that we're dropping in the chat now, and that will take you right to it. You could also use your phone and point it at this QR code. I like using my phone because it'll be there. We're going to go back to Mentimeter over the day. You can also use a tablet and the QR code. You could also open a browser on your computer, the menti.com one that is here at the top, and use this code. And in just a second, I'm going to switch to the live Mentimeter results for the next question. This code will always be at the top of every Mentimeter screen. So if you lose your way, it'll be there for you if you're using the browser. And I'm going to turn things over to Bill while I switch to see what's coming in for the.
Great. So, right, the question is, what is one idea or thought you shared in your discussion that you want to hang on to and think more about? Yes, really looking forward to multi-use conservation, reconcile socially constructed conflicts. It's an interesting thought. All right, green gentrification. I like that. It's not enough to listen, but also have to act. These are fantastic. Yeah, centering or focusing on relationship building. Not surprising, this whole gathering is focusing on relationship building. Yeah, don't engage if you're not going to act. Be ready to learn and make changes. build a table together rather than inviting folks to your table. I'm so glad that came through. That was certainly hope that was coming through. Yeah, connect with people in places that have been discounted. We heard from Dr. Nina, spaces that we've written off. Balancing the urgency of climate work with need to slow down for genuine connection. Yeah, the funding cycle straitjacket. There are a couple of questions in the chat box about that. How do you slow down when the grant system is really forcing you into these tight little timeframes? A lot of relationship building, go where the people are, youth coming to green spaces. If there's any barrier, that's probably the lowest hanging fruit right there is improving access to our open spaces. Being vulnerable, focusing on the relationship building. Oh, gosh. Yes, yep, we'll share all this information with us afterwards. Changing how we hire in our own organizations to build real long-term change. Yep, that is definitely something that's part of that representation as a barrier. Is there representation in our organizations that people feel comfortable and welcomed in our organizations? Yeah. Be willing to hear that your most central tools and values may not be the ones that will ultimately serve marginalized groups. Yeah, that's about that thinking completely, differently. Well, I think we need to move towards a break. I really appreciate everybody putting their all into this Mentimeter. This is very both satisfying and encouraging. I know we'll have other opportunities in the future. Right now, it's time for a group photo before our break. I've been told by Earth Coast it takes 30 to 60 seconds or so for us to be on. So if you could please have the view be with all of us. And I would encourage everybody, all 150 of you, to put your videos on. Hopefully you're not, well, if you're in your pajamas, but as we don't, we'll accept that. Yeah, so please get your, and if you want to smile and wave, we will definitely be using these photos to promote next year's gathering. And so if you're frowning, that doesn't really work. So yeah, we'll just take a moment. I encourage you to scan around and look at who's here. You haven't had a chance to do that. So many friendly faces. Actually, so many new people too, which is really exciting. Maj and Anthony.
Do we say a cheese? Virtual cheese, everyone?
How about trees?
Trees.
Trees.
Yeah. All right.
I think we should wave at the same time.
Okay, let's go for a wave and then we'll break for. All right, I'm assuming we have it. Yes, okay. All right, everybody. It's now our break. We'd like you back before 11 o'clock, where High State Conservationist Katie Blake will introduce the morning panel, late morning panel. So enjoy your break. Hopefully you'll stretch and do some self-care, and we'll see you at 11. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Katie Blake, and I'm a conservationist at Highstead. It's my pleasure to open our morning session, Relationship Building for Conservation and Climate, How to Form Transformational Relationships with New Partners. We will open with a panel of speakers who will share stories of how they came to work together. This panel will be followed by an opportunity for all of you to reflect on what you heard in small breakout group discussions and consider what this means for the partnerships that you're building back in your region. I'd like to now turn it over to our moderator, Amy Patterson, the Executive Director for the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. Amy will introduce our speakers and open our panel. Over to you, Amy.
Thanks, Katie. I'm so happy to be here today. I'm going to dive right in first with the introduction of our pairs of what we're calling storytellers. If you're familiar with NPR, this will look like a familiar format to you. Our pair number one is Jordi Elkins, Executive Director of Highstead, and Doreen Abu Bakar, founder of the Community Placemaking Engagement Network. Pair number two consists of Jennifer Albertine, Climate and Land Justice Specialist and Conservation and Stewardship Associate with the Mount Grace Land Conservation Trust, and Andre Strong Bear Heart Gaines, who is the Cultural Steward with the Nipmuc Tribe. Building off of the terrific panel that we heard this morning in this session, these community and conservation partners will share stories of their respective relationships, including how they came together, why they came together, including their shared projects, as well as share some insights into their respective experiences in working together. The goal is through the stories and the breakout work that follows, you'll have a chance to learn and reflect on how you and your organization may better identify and implement ways of building new and authentic relationships in your own communities. For those of you who are familiar with the Connecticut Land Conservation Council, or CLCC, and our programming, you know why this session is so near and dear to our work. As Connecticut's Land Trust State Association, we provide a host of services to Connecticut's 130 or so land trusts. And that includes serving as a statewide convener, bringing land trusts together with each other and with other organizations in their respective communities and regions. One of our programs, which we call our Land Trust Advancement Initiative, began back in 2014. And it seeks to foster collaboration between land trusts working in the same region. When we started the program, we focused on traditional areas of capacity building needs like communications, mapping, stewardship, shared services, and the like. But in the last 5 years, recognizing the need to increase the relevance of land trusts in their communities, engage a broader, more diverse cross-section of people, our program shifted to bringing together land trusts with other types of community service organizations. We've been really fortunate to be guided by two skilled equity coaches, Ashley Stewart and David Sutherland. And what they've helped us do is to offer a series of roundtable discussions around DEIJ issues and how land trusts may help to address broader community needs. And many of these were alluded to by Dr. Nina this morning, such as food insecurity, housing, land access, accessibility, and other issues that, again, were talked about a bit this morning that impact communities all across the state. It's hard work and there's no checklist, but many light bulbs have gone off and there have been small steps forward to get to know each other and build trust as between these land trusts and the community partners. And Katie had asked me to tell one example or provide one example, and one of the more notable success stories really just emerged recently, and that was sparked by these conversations, is a collaborative relationship or partnership between the Salem Land Trust and the Southeastern Connecticut Community Land Trust to purchase and protect almost 200 acres of forest and farmland, along with a farmhouse in Salem. And the intent is that the land will be stewarded by the land trust, and the house will be sold to the community land trust that will use it as affordable housing and farming. And this is super exciting, and we hope to see more partnerships like this and what you will hear from our speakers today, which we believe are key to advancing healthy, more equitable and sustainable communities everywhere. So let's get at it. I'm going to ask our pairs to answer each of the series of questions. And after the first pair goes, and you'll have about 5 minutes per question per pair, we'll go to the second. So I'm going to start. Why don't I start with our first pair of Jordi and Doreen and ask you, how did your working relationship begin and what have you learned along the way?
Do you want to take that, Doreen?
Sure. We started, first of all, I see one of my other partners here today, which is Mamunkatuk Audubon, who worked with us in establishing our Urban Scapes Native Plant Nursery. And it was in our first year, we were putting out anywhere that we could, that we were selling these plants And that's
be prepared for that and enjoy your conference, and we'll talk later.
Okay, sounds good.
and Jordy was able to saw the email come across his desk and said, wow, this is maybe something we can get involved with. And he came down with Sephra from the Ecotype Project and Dina from Connecticut NOFA at that time to meet us. And from then on, you know, when I give my story of how I got started and how important it is that we do this kind of work in underserved neighborhoods, I think we caught them then.
Yeah, I think, you know, from Highstead's perspective, we were coming to realize that the groups that we were collaborating with and the audience that we had was really narrow, and we really felt that we needed to broaden that. Through the H2H priority mapping process, which this morning Dr. Estrella Luna talked about, you know, how we refer to lands as low priority. We ended up with all these grayed out urban areas because, you know, they were sort of low priority. And it's like, we've got to figure out, how do we make these areas? We're not going to just like bail on them. And so we really started challenging ourselves, like, all right, how do we think about urban areas? Doreen and I were both in a native plant working group. She reached out for some assistance with trying to get the nursery going. And as Highstead was evaluating, like, how do we engage? I really felt it's important that we try to find something that is, you know, reaches out to underserved neighborhoods, but is also totally aligned with what we're doing. And this was a great partnership. You know, native plants, Highstead started as a native plant arboretum. And so we had the background and sort of experience that we felt could help serve Doreen and the work that they and the other partners are doing in New Haven.
Fantastic. And one thing I want to encourage our pairs to do is to certainly respond to each other within the time that you have. It doesn't have to be a linear reporting out. It can be, I hope that it'll be more of a conversation. So feel free to respond to each other and to the other pairs within the time that we have allotted. Thanks. How about you, Jennifer and Andre? Do you want to talk about how your working relationship began and what you've learned along the way, just to get us started here?
Hi. Yeah, so I'm Jen. This is Andre. I'll let him speak in a second. But our relationship began, we had relationship with other Nipmunk that were kind of surface level. We had been working on cultural use agreements on some of our land. And for our annual meeting last year, we wanted to highlight this relationship they were building with the Nipmunk. And so we had Fred Freeman do our keynote speech. He's part of the Nipmunk Cultural Preservation. And then we wanted to have like a cultural performance. And so we first reached out to Larry Spotted Crow to have him do some storytelling, and he wasn't free. And so he directed us to Andre. And at first you didn't want to meet with us. And then I had Fred kind of push his button a little bit. And what really stood out was the first conversation that Andre and I had on the phone was he didn't want to do a one-off performance for us. He wanted this to be the start of a relationship. And so after that, we went for a walk in the woods, and that was the beginning of it. So I'll let Andre speak.
Yeah, motapanwani natasawas minikisu masmata manatuka tabotamashi kisa kwakwanigin. Good morning, I'm Andre Strong Bearheart. Yeah, when it comes to that, absolutely, like it's like difficult. We never know if like things are gonna be extracted, like if relationships are going to be extractive, or if like we're coming to, especially if somebody's asking me to come and sing and dance some song, like I don't know about that. And Fred's like, hey, luckily like Fred nudged me because that's like an elder of mine, and I was like, all right, Fred, I'm gonna do it for you. Okay. But no, it was good, like and I'm happy that I did it because it was the start of a really good relationship. And just like Jen said, you know, it was important to me that we have that talk right off the rip, that like if this isn't going to be reciprocated, if there's not going to be like if this is a one-time type of a deal here. Like, I don't want anything to do with this, but if we're willing to learn who each other are and what we're doing here in this earth, then let's have some more conversations. And like she said, we took a walk in the forest, and I know if you get me in the forest, I'm happy to just be around all those relatives and start acknowledging all the things that are around us, and it sparks a whole lot of conversations. So yeah, that's pretty much how we met. I mean, what was the other question there? It was, what did we learn?
And what have you learned along the way?
All sorts of lessons we've learned along the way. I think some of the most important is, I mean, just like getting to know anybody, it takes time. And like I said right off the rip, it was a strange relationship at first, because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go sing and dance. But then when I got to take a walk with Jen and understand what Mount Grace does, and understand that they really are looking to ally with local indigenous peoples, and and I started asking a lot of questions about if they even understand territory and how tribal politics work, and understand that we stewarded the land here for thousands of years. And so now I hear about all these collectives of people who steward land and conserve land in ways that their ideology and opinions are the things that drive it. And I start, sometimes for indigenous people, it makes us spin, and so we have to get to a place of the forest, which is nice, and start hashing out these types of conversations so that we can get on the same plane and start to understand who we are.
And Andres taught us a lot too about how we even speak about the work that we do. Like, for instance, using the words natural resources, like that's very offensive to his relatives. And so it's really kind of learning along the way from each other. He's learning about conservation. I'm learning about how to do it better. And so it's been kind of a great partnership. And after a year working with each other, I call you my friend. We're not just work partners. And so I think that's meaningful for that trust building too, is to actually understand each other underneath that work level surface. So
yeah.
I'm going to throw it back to Jordy and Doreen to go into a little bit about what they've learned along the way as well. But I did note a comment here in the chat from Ray about relationship is what it's all about. And I think that's very, very true. And I think you both just hit on that, in that these professional, it might start as a professional relationship, but when we get down to the essence of who we are as people, it starts to turn into something more. And I think that will then spill right back over to the work that we're trying to do. So Jordy and Doreen, any thoughts on what you've learned along the way as well? And then we'll move to the next question.
Doreen, I've learned a ton from you, but I'm happy to go unless you want to go first. The first thing we worked on is there was a greenhouse that needed to be built. And I thought, I'm good with, mechanical things, and we've got guys at Highstead who are good, we'll come down, we'll help build a greenhouse. And so this was the first time we came down and really, did a project together. And we got there about 9, and at 10 o'clock, wow, Doreen said, all right, we're going to have pancake breakfast. And I looked at her and I was kind of like, what? Why are we having pancakes? We just started working. Like, I'm down here to build a greenhouse. And, what she taught me is, we're in a community, and a lot of the people in this community, like, they don't have enough food to, eat. We could have a food bank, but this creates a lot more dignity. We're going to sit down, we're going to share a meal together. They're going to help build the greenhouse with us. We're going to feed them at the same time. They don't even realize that we're doing that, but it really builds relationship. And that just caused me to sort of pause and say, all right, we're not really here to build a greenhouse. We're here to sort of, build work together, build relationship, build community. And out of that, these other things will flow. So Doreen, thank you for making me pause and take a break when I normally just am like, boom, 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 keep working.
I think the main thing Highstead has been able to do to help with all the partnerships that are happening in the Learning Corridor, which is a green space that I transformed, also in the nursery, is just basically supporting the Black-led nonprofit. So basically, Jordy didn't come down with his own plans of what he wanted to do. He just shared a little bit of what attracted him to us. But more or less when he got there, it was more or less me asking him, can he help us with this? Can he help us with that? And so on. And finally, we did get to what they could help us with in regards to the native plants. Now, Mukatuck Audubon is our partner in establishing and running the nursery. And we wanted to have more educational things, but me and Dennis, who is actually here today, were overwhelmed by just running the nursery. We grow over 2,000 plants, like 50 plus different natives. So teaching high school students how to plant, how to run the nursery, things like that is what we spend 4 days a week during the on season, which goes from April until like October. And then in there, we also try to get them involved in educational things. We took them whaling, but Jordy made it easier for us to be able to do an all things pollinator conference. And he invites about 6 to 8 different people in the field of native plants. And they come and spend a morning with us. And we do a lunch together. And on 2 occasions, we had the mayor come, one for when the greenhouse was built, and the other one was when I received my Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's been great that, Jordy has taken on as a responsibility to put the conference together. It allows the community, our group of young people, and others who are, wanting to know what plants and what this and what that, to come and speak to the experts.
Congratulations on your award, Doreen. That is exciting. And listening to you, again, it harkens back to what we heard this morning about kind of slowing down and taking a little bit of a break and getting to know people as part of these partnerships. And one of the things that we did with CLTC, in that one of our regional efforts, we didn't meet with the land trust at all. We just met with community groups to listen and try to hear what they have to say, what their perception is about land conservation and land trusts. And just before we even brought groups together was just to hear their perspective. And it was very enlightening. And again, it was that slow down, let's listen and hear what people have to say. So it's never smooth going in any of our work, whether it's a pure conservation deal or building relationships the way we're talking about here. And so our next question is for both pairs, what didn't work? And then how did you overcome it? So why don't we start this time with Jen and Andre, and then go back to you, Jordy and Doreen, for that question.
I think real quick, right before we get into that, somebody was asking about hold on here until all these questions are going up. When it comes to natural resources, well, because people think of resources as commodities in a lot of ways, and commodities aren't things that are relatives to us. Like another person, your daughter or your son is not a commodity. And so when it comes to nature and we have a relationship to the land, we say these matakwash, or, we cut the watermish, one you must get to from these matakwash, we give thanks for that medicine from these plants. Like it's not a commodity, and so when we think of natural resources, it's, a lot of times that that jargon gets disrupted within different political views, within community views, and all that. And so I think it's just important to understand that our people here have had a relationship to the land for 10,000 plus years. And so one of the questions answered was should we call it just plant or animal people? No, that's just no. We call them relatives, we see ourselves just as equal as everything else here on the earth. And so if you're talking to indigenous people about things that are in nature, you know, you could maybe first off, you'd have to have a relationship well enough to like understand that they consider them as relatives, all the things around them. And then when you guys have that relationship, you can have types of conversation like that. And so, you know, I think it's just understanding who each other are in the first place, you know. But if yeah, if that helps out with that question, I think we can move on to what did we, you know, stumble across, or what did we get into? And this is an easy one to talk about.
Yeah, so Mount Grace, when we first entered into this work, I wasn't going to talk about this today, but someone raised it in the chat. So one of the first projects we did with Indigenous partners was our Alderbrook Meadows Sanctuary in Northfield. And we had Indigenous input to create a handicap accessible trail and put signage up along the route that was in the words of our Indigenous partners. Later, we found out that there were several different groups that we worked with, and one of the groups we found out actually did not have Indigenous, they were not Indigenous. And so, you know, that was kind of a stumbling block for us to understand kind of those tribal issues that are happening, and that there are a lot of people that are faking their Indigenous ancestry that work in our community. And I would like Andre to speak a little bit about this, so it's not coming
Sure.
from
I mean,
a colonizer.
quite honestly, like we have these scenarios that we run into from people in different places. I mean, we can talk a little bit about the Odanak and the Maliseet not being in ceded land in which they originally were. They were forcibly removed from that land. And so with that being said, I mean, there's folks that are in that placement now and calling themselves the stewards there now. And you could do the research. There's been a Vermont whole public speech on it, you know. And so I'm not going to get too far into that, but I can say that you could do the research on it and these folks, and understand that you know, it's important to, there's a lot that's happened here in 400 years, and there's been a lot of migration of peoples. And so it's important to understand that some of the barriers that we can get into is not knowing the dynamics of what's happened here. And I mean, I go and speak in schools, I go and speak in different places, and quite honestly, teachers don't even know that the bloodiest battle that ever set foot on US soil was the King Philip's War, the Metacom War. That means per capita, man, woman, and child that laid their lives down, the worst battle was that one. And so if teachers who are being paid to teach young people histories here don't even know that per se, how could conservation committees and folks completely even begin to understand the dynamics of sister relationships and tribal politics, you know? And so it's important that before you start working with folks, you start to understand who is who, you know, who is in whose territory. Have you reached out to the local indigenous tribe? A lot of times people say that I am the cultural steward. Like, that's not reality. Like, a cultural steward is somebody who walks within tribal communities and has dedicated their lives to understanding our cultural ways and who we are and all these things. And so it's not like I was deemed by my tribe that I'm the cultural steward. It's just like, that's who I choose to be in my walk for my people. And so you should reach out to people like that. There's lots of people within tribal communities that choose that walk and are great people to connect with when it comes to understanding who is who within community territories. And so, like, those are some of the questions. Is like, do you know who's in these communities? Have you created space for them? Have you sat down and went for a walk in the forest to understand that, you know, Mount Grace has actually paid for people who have said that they were indigenous that I knew were not, have said it to me that they were not. And so you got to get into these conversations. And so, you know, it's just, yeah, like somebody said it earlier, I think it was Amy, that it's never a smooth go when it comes to, I mean, we've been in a 400-year fracture. And so it's not going to be a smooth go when it comes to understanding how we need to work together. But quite honestly, you know, our population of indigenous people have really dwindled since the 16th century, and not due to war, but due to 2002 assimilation still till today, but due to strategic forceful removal and all these things that, you know, it takes so much for us to sit and digest, like years actually, before we start to actually understand who each other are and the stories. And so I think one of the things that folks need to get out of their mind is that you can come up with some culture use agreement, and then at this point you guys know who each other are and you're working for each other and like working with each other, and I know the Nipmuc or whatever, and it's like, no, like understand, like we're gonna have to like brush shoulders for years before we understand the dynamics of each other.
Yeah.
You know, and vice versa, you know, even for me to know who Jen is and her lineage and what that means and what that means to her and her walk, you know.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Andre. I have to say, I think it can be intimidating for a lot of people when they are trying to do the right thing, say the right thing. And again, I think that really underscores what we've been talking about, which is to take a step back and get to know people and really build a relationship from ground up and make sure that we are taking our time in that regard. Jen, did you want to say
one more
something?
thing, Amy? I just want to say, like, as you know, a colonizer who's starting to understand these tribal dynamics, that it's also not our place to weigh in on it. And you have to listen to your partners and their Andre's, said it, but multiple partners. One person does not speak for everybody. And so it's important to build those relationships across the community, even if they're not as deep as some relationships, just having that knowledge. And our cultural use agreement was an entry into doing this work. It started the conversation, but it certainly is, we're going far beyond that. And so I think that's important to recognize. So
yeah, thanks. Thank you. I have an example to share, but before I do, I want to get to Jordy and Doreen to go to that second question about what didn't work and how did you overcome it? Who wants to jump in first? Go ahead, Doreen.
We really didn't have any problems. Since COVID, like I said, and systemic racism became a household word, I started saying to myself, okay, well, Doreen, you don't have to keep quiet, right? It's more or less, lead in my nonprofit, share with people what I'm looking for, have them explain to me what they want to do, how they want to do it, and strongly suggest ways in which to engage in the community. The important thing for me was that in New Hallville, which is, predominantly minorities, that, this neighborhood has the highest rate of crime, education, all kinds of things, low income area. It was important that anybody who is not a person of color understands some of the dynamics of the neighborhood. If you're going to work with our young people to understand what types of families they may be coming from, and also to understand the safety level of the neighborhood. So for us, it was sharing with Jordy, during the day on a Saturday morning, we're there from 9 in the morning till 12. That's a good time. Don't, stay in our gate, the looks of what we've created over the 8 years could be deceiving, because now there's so much stuff going on in this place that had been identified as a hot spot by the federal government, reported in the New York Times paper as far as crime and gangs and stuff like that. So we just wanted to make sure, that he understood that. And the good thing is that it didn't make him leave, So now anything that we ask him to come and do, he comes down. I think him and also Dennis, who's on today, would say that not so much the neighborhood is changing, but more or less the neighborhood is responding to positive activities, something positive going on in their community, something they can get involved in. We make sure to involve young people as much as we can in everything that we do. So much so that we just did a celebration this 2 weeks ago, end of the year, for the 10 high school students that we have. And we take those same students up to visit Jordy at Highstead. And, you know, that's been a great exchange for the kids to take that 45-minute drive with me, looking at how we go from this 1 mile radius neighborhood of theirs out into the country, I call it, because you start seeing horses and golf course and all that kind of stuff. So when they get there, the interesting thing is seeing the plants in a different way, because now they're in a meadow as opposed to potted plants that we do.
Yeah, that's gracious of you, Doreen, to say that there were no sort of, you know, things that didn't work or whatever. You know, there are definitely bumps in the road, but I think, you know, we worked through them well. I think a couple of things that were hurdles to overcome. One is, you know, Highstead is like a conservation organization with staff and it's funded. And CPEN is a community-led organization that Doreen is, you know, carrying a heavy burden, you know, mostly herself, but does have some, you know, board members that support her, but there's no significant budget. And so just the sort of culture and the disparity between the two organizations, like Doreen works full time, you know, you're on your lunch break right now. And so, you know, the way we work at Highstead, you know, everybody's a professional conservationist. And so there's like, I had to learn to like roll with that and adapt and sort of, you know, make that work. And then there's just like this thing that, you know, eventually like you really need funding. And we talked about this in one of our breakouts, like a lot of grants won't fund, you know, sort of like staff leadership for this type of work. Like they'll buy plants and they'll buy, you know, whatever, but they won't fund, you know, sort of the infrastructure that's needed. So I think that's a hurdle that we're still trying to overcome that hasn't really been solved yet.
Thank you both so much. I'm looking at the time and we've got about 7 minutes. So before I get to this last question, I just want to turn people's attention to the chat. There's some really amazing comments that are coming in, both in terms of observations, but also questions as well. And so I'm going to get to the third question and then hopefully we'll have some time before we do the breakout, but then again, maybe after to get to some of those, because it's some really great comments. So our speakers too, I hope you can take a look at that and help and some of these comments and help you frame some of your remarks at the end here. But let's just go to the last question in the last 6 minutes here before we go to the closing, and that is, for those that are listening, and this is to you speakers, to those that are listening here today and participating in this conference, what message would you like to send together about how to develop and pursue relationships like the one each of you developed? So again, we'll go back to Jen and Andre, and then Jordy and Doreen, you can take us home.
Yeah, I think, like I said in the last statement, is you're going to make mistakes. There's just no way around it. You're going to cause harm. And if you enter these conversations and these relationships holding that in your heart, then maybe you're more apt to make less mistakes or cause less harm. And then, you know, if you do make mistakes, know better and do better afterwards. Like understand what you did wrong and move on from that. And then I think Dr. Estrella Luna said, you know, do your homework. Like there's so many books out there that speak to the history, particularly with colonization here in New England. In addition to what she put in there, there's Jean O'Brien has wrote some amazing books about New England specifically. Understand the trauma and know what you're walking into and why maybe they don't trust you right now and how can you overcome that. And Andre, I'll let you speak the rest.
Yeah. There's like so much that we could talk about, and these types of talks normally are by a fire with some tea and like in a much better atmosphere. But like, and I think that like we could actually maybe do this type of talk. And in fact, it would help a lot of the folks that I see here on this screen if we had like a collective group of like Mashantucket, of Narragansett, of Wampum, Mashpee Wampanoag, Nipmuc, you know, Stockbridge, Muncie, like, and we had a collective group because the dynamics is really interesting when it comes to state and federal tribes and how we view land in particular parcels and how the state and fed will actually help out some groups and not others. It's so much layered than what folks actually understand when it comes to the way that we have to move within land parcels. Quite honestly, Hassanamissett Village, our reservation's 4.5 acres. That's 4.5 acres in Massachusetts. Like, come on, like, you know, 50% of New England's forests are privately owned, and our reservation is 4.5 acres. So, like, with that stuff being said, my mind spins when it comes to what I want to say here, because, you know, there's a lot of really important questions, like some of the ones I just want to put out before, you know, time, you know, and plus like time constrictions, like there's no like time constrictions on talks like these, like holy crap, like I said, it takes years to get to know each other, never mind a conversation like this, you know. Anyways, I just have questions about when it comes to the intentions of peoples, when it comes to conservation communities or collectives, when it comes to what is the focus on the land for is it for the future? Is it like center focused for the entity that you are running? Is it land focused, people focused, or is it generated so that like in the future, you know, everything that we do as Native people, anything that I know is because of the 7 generations before me. All these elders and ancestors who've been doing this work, even while it was still illegal, you know what I mean? Like I need to acknowledge and highlight, you know, those who are doing it without even being on any sorts of platforms, you know, collectives like Eastern Woodland Rematriation and Nipmuc Cultural Preservation. And, you know, there's a lot of us that are doing it and doing this work that aren't even being acknowledged. Right now, I want to think about Native Land Conservancy. Like, how come they're not on this conversation right now? Ramona Peters, you know, who's dedicated so much time and effort and work when it comes to I don't know if there is anybody here sitting in for them. I might be wrong, but like I don't acknowledge them here right now. And it's such an important conversation for an indigenous land conservation folks to speak in on, you know. And so just real quick, I just want to just speak on that our people have a relationship to this land, and that relationship comes with stories. These stories comes with ways that we steward the land, and we stewarded it for thousands of years. And so if our people on our platforms and in these types of conversations, there's a whole missing link, you know. Like I love brushing shoulders with field botanists and people who really have dedicated their lives to this work. I love that because like I get filled up with so much information too. It's like just because we're Native folks don't mean that we didn't become assimilated. Like I was saying earlier, I go into schools and I teach about different things, and I realize all the time that it's not just indigenous folks who were assimilated and you know, when it comes to colonized, you know, it's all folks. Because if they don't have the knowledge about even these basic things, everybody here has been assimilated and colonized. And so it's just important to start to think about like, instead of like putting band-aids on broken arms, to like actually really mend things here. And I think to do that, you got to go back to the beginning of what happened here. Like we have to think about how these rules, these regulations, these laws got all put into place, and how do we actually start focusing on that rather than like, okay, let's work with these laws, these rules, these regulations, these CRs and move forward. No, like how do we go back to the beginning of what happened here and look at this collective of people that are here right now, you know, like unity, like how do we come together and start actually rewriting or changing these laws. I just burnt a machine in Charlestown, in Boston, the first one that got burnt in 300-400 years, and it took us 5 months to get through the bureaucracy, the rules, the regulations, for them to tell me that it was illegal to do that. And at some point I was just going to set up a camp and be like, well, we're going to turn it from burning a machine to, actually just setting up a village here and explaining to folks that it's assimilation in 2022. So I don't want to take too much. Like I said, these conversations can go on a long time, but I just want to highlight and focus that there's a deep-seated root cause of the assimilation still in today's day and age that we have to actually wrap our minds around, that we have to focus on that too. It's not about just coming together and moving together with all these rules and regulations. It's about, no, how do we completely throw the table out of the room, not all come to the table, throw the table out and get everybody out into nature and invite everybody that's walking here on the earth to this conversation, instead of creating a table where only so many people are going to be able to fit at. You know what I mean? And it's really complex, but I'll stop there.
Andre, thanks. And I have the unenviable job of having to be the timekeeper here. And I mean, there's so much to unpack based upon what you just said. It's incredible. And thank you so much for those incredible insights. I've taken some notes and hopefully I can get to them. But before I do, Jordy and Doreen, again, what's the message that you'd like to send to those that are participating here today?
The word is pursue. And pursue to help, pursue with an open heart, pursue with the mindset of learning, pursue with the mindset of listening. I think sometimes it's good to read books to figure out how to engage with people. But at the end of the day, you're a person, and the person you want to engage with is a person too. And I just mean, just from human to human, you can get through it and get started today. You don't have to wait till you think that you're ready, because believe me, you will still face some challenges because you are who you are and the other group is who they are. So when you try to merge, there's always something. But just go with a willingness, an open heart, listening ear, and you can work, and the willingness to work through it. Do some self-reflection if you do hit a crossroads.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, Jen and Andre said the importance of, doing some background reading. And I think you, Amy, said something about it can seem, big and overwhelming and intimidating. And I would just say, try to break through that illusion. I mean, I feel like, 15 or 20% of it is, the cultural thing. Like 85% of it is just basic human relationships. Like if you know how to have a partnership, like we're all experts in partnerships, we are learning to become experts in relationships. I mean, those are really the skills I feel that really make it happen. So, Google how to have a good marital relationship or a good relationship or whatever. And those are the skills that will really make it happen. So they're not unobtainable. And you just have to be willing to take a risk. And like Jen said, be willing to know that you're going to fail and you're just going to have to get through it. But I think being willing to take a risk.
It's funny when I listen to you, it reminds me of back in October of 2020 when CLCC, after having to cancel our March of 2020 in-person conference, we offered our experiment of a Zoom all-day conference, and Rue Mapp, who's the founder, CEO of Outdoor Afro, was our keynote speaker. And for me, one of the things that she said that has really stuck, and it really resonates today, listening to all of you, is that, it's just about relationships. And it's, when people say, well, how do we get more people of color to work with us? And she said, find new friends, start to make, branch out, speak to different people, start to do things and talk to people that maybe you haven't done before. And then you will find those commonalities, or maybe they won't be, but they are the start of new relationships from which you can build these programs and projects. And that was really, to me, was such a simple thing to say, and such a simple response from somebody who has worked so hard to build this organization. And from what all of you are saying today, that really resonates here. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Katie. Thank you all so much. I look forward to talking after the breakouts.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Amy. Thank you all for sharing your stories, your journeys together. It's really a testament to, the reality that working with people starts with one relationship at a time. We're all just people. Bring your humanness, throw that table out. I like that, and get outside together. So we're going to bring that humanness of ourselves. I'm going to turn it back over to Diane, who's going to guide us through the next round of breakout group discussions. And Amy and I will join you back in about 20 minutes to hear about those discussions. So Diane, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited about giving you all some space to digest that very rich conversation. And we're going to, again, invite you to join a smaller conversation. We're hoping to have about 3 people, nice little triangle of folks in your group. And again, I would invite you to use the go rounds of introducing yourself and then diving into these questions. We are going to drop these questions in the chat, so you will take them with you into the group and be able to have those when you're there to reference. So introductions. We're curious, what themes did you hear that were most helpful to you, that resonated with you in your own experience? And then the next round is kind of the, okay, so what might I do with this? What might I be able to do to build some potential new relationships, to take that step? And I want to underscore, this is might, like this is a space for you to explore things and just open up the possibilities for yourself. There's no commitment here, but you might get some ideas from your partners that you would build off of, or you might have gotten an idea from the 2 pairs that we just heard speak. And then particularly, and I just really appreciate both partners and Andre in particular saying, what is our intention here? Like, what are we actually intending to do here? And so the last round in that question is constructed in such a way that it's, if your intention is to deepen your work and to address these bigger issues in society, what are the relationships that you might seek to do that? So again, I hope this is really good time for you to absorb and chew on and digest a little bit of all the rich ideas and story that we just heard. So it'll pop up. You'll have about 15 to 17 minutes or so. We want to, I hate the timekeeping, but we want to just give some question, and we will come back and try to collect some of the rich conversations that you're having as well. Well, welcome back, everyone. You're a mighty crowd. We were in 50 different breakouts there, and we want to find out a little bit more about your conversations and especially your reflection on things. Suggested these questions. I'm sure some of you diverted from that to just pursue your own conversations, but we are going to go back to using this tool called Mentimeter. We're going to drop the link in the chat now so we can pick up a chance to gather your input on the question. You can also use your phone or a tablet to click on this QR code, and it will take you to the same Mentimeter and the questions, or you can type in menti.com and use this code to come to the survey that we're using for the gathering. When I switch in just a minute to the screen, this code for our meeting is always at the top. If somehow the other things don't work, it will be there for you. I'll hand things over to Katie and to Amy to look at what comes in.
Thanks, Diane. Yes, I know Amy and I are looking forward to hearing some of what you all got to share in small groups around relationships and relationship building. So the first question, what themes stood out for you from the 2 relationship examples that we saw?
Yeah.
Throw out the table.
Throw out the table for sure.
Yep. Take
We
the
all-
time.
We went from throw out the table to throw out everything.
Yeah, a lot of similar themes around patience, taking time, slowing down.
Yeah, really going back to relationship building and the trust that needs to be built both ways. You know, that it's a two-way reciprocity. There's the word, and that that certainly applies to the trust issue.
Absolutely. Patience, patience, patience. I feel like these are foundational life values as well, just in every day.
Boy, throw out the table. That is really a recurring theme here. I think the terminology is important. We talked a bit about resources, you know, where can folks in land trust go to find resources? And there was such a huge list of them, even in that chat. And I really, again, encourage folks to go and look at that chat before we adjourn here, because there were books and other suggestions. And I also think that this is a role for certainly state associations and RCPs, in that to, you know, be a source for some of those resources that folks are looking for and groups are looking for to help them.
And I just saw a comment that it was a story Doreen and Jordy shared, but pancakes first.
Yeah.
And then go walk in the woods. Everything should start. There's pancakes again. Yes. Pancakes always should come first.
Spending time with the community, actively building relationships. Again, I think that goes to sometimes setting your own mission aside, setting your own goals aside, your own projects aside, and just getting to know other groups in your community to hear what their perspectives are and what their needs are, and taking it from there.
Yeah, that's a great point. These are great. And a couple of people have asked in the chat, we will be sharing PDFs of all of your comments. So if you still get in, you can still answer this question, but I know, Diane, I think we have one more question. She was going to queue up for us to think on here. So how might you begin to build potential new relationships or deepen current relationships that you've started? And I think this is a really great question, and it helps me, myself included, think about that tangible work at home in your organization or RCP. And something I definitely hear peers asking each other this very question.
Yeah. Move away from the laptop. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Amy.
No, I was just going to say, build relationships. So eager to take photos of your relationships and post them on social media. Just have the relationships. That I think is a really insightful comment.
Yeah. And it's also prioritizing people over projects.
Try something new. That is something that's definitely come up in our regional conversations and got Land Trust thinking about different ways to get involved with projects that they hadn't thought about before. And again, that idea of partnering with Community Land Trust was one that was sparked through those conversations, and it really led to something very special.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of themes around kind of getting out of your comfort zone. I heard from a couple of the speakers about settling into some of the discomfort and just I also see get over your hesitation and just make that first call. Have that question, because at the end of the day, and I heard this too, we're all just people.
And I like that, be okay with making mistakes, learn how to repair relationships. And it goes back to somebody else's comment about, we're just people, we're all human. And, we can't allow what might seem like daunting or intimidating to stop us from moving forward and reaching out and establishing those connections.
Yeah. Absolutely. Not being afraid. I heard, I think it was Jen shared, if you don't be afraid to make mistakes. And if you do, learn from them and integrate that into the next time. Because at the end of the day, this is the theme. We're all human and we will make mistakes, and it's okay.
And that focus on similarities rather than differences. I mean, we've tried to do that in our conversations when we've brought the land trust together with different community groups. And there's a lot of commonalities that come out of those conversations, including around land, but not necessarily about land. And it's been very insightful that way, and it helps to spark ideas on how to work together.
Yeah, absolutely. These are great. This is really, really excellent. Stop the need for control. Please, if you are typing in, please continue your thought. I'm just going to transition us. Thank you, everybody. I hope that you gained insight and inspiration and were able to think through some steps that you might take back home in your work. And this was one of the goals for this session. I thank Amy again for facilitating and for all of our speakers for lending their time. We've come to the lunch portion of the agenda, but before you skedaddle, just a couple of housekeeping. I encourage you, if it's nice where you are, it's very sunny here, go take care of yourselves, go be outside, go for a walk, whatever feels good. But for the trivia lovers and music lovers, keep your computer nearby. We'll have some video looping and a great playlist for your listening pleasure. And there'll be some trivia questions in that video. Come back at 12:45 for the Leopold Conservation Award ceremony. This celebrates voluntary conservation by farmers and private landowners. There will be a video and comments from the awardees. Excuse me. So if you need some good news in your life and in your work right now, you won't want to miss this. And then we're going to round out our day with an afternoon session that will look at what organizations are doing around climate justice. And we'll close the day with a final word speaker who I have a hunch is going to leave you really feeling inspired. So thank you for your attention, for your participation this morning, and I hope you have a great lunch, and we will see you back in 30 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and any of the trivia questions we had for you. Before we commence the Leopold Conservation Awards ceremony, I want to respond to a request that we saw in the chat for a contact list of attendees. Since we did not seek your permission to do that, what we've done instead is created this networking map. So if you want to opt in, please fill out the Google form in the chat box and represent. It's now my pleasure to introduce Lance Irving with the Sand County Foundation. Lance and the foundation work with conservation partners, Wildlands and Woodlands, American Farmland Trust, and the New England Forestry Foundation to administer the Leopold Conservation Award in New England for deserving agricultural landowners actively committed to a land ethic. I'll now turn it over to Lance, who will MC the award ceremony.
Thanks so much, Bill. Good afternoon. My name is Lance Irving. I'm the National Director of the Leopold Conservation Award Program. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be with you here today. The Leopold Conservation Award Program recognizes the very best of conservation on private working lands. It's a program designed to showcase some of the amazing land stewards that are quietly achieving great things throughout our communities. Sand County Foundation does not present the Leopold Conservation Award alone. This is truly a partnership with the New England Forestry Foundation, Wildlands and Woodlands, and American Farmland Trust that have brought this program to New England. Along with these partners, support from Farm Credit East, Yale School of the Environment, and David and Ann Ingram make it possible to annually recognize an amazing land steward in New England. Each year, the Leopold Conservation Award recipient is chosen by a highly competitive selection process involving a regionally specific panel of experts who look at 5 main criteria: conservation ethic, resilience, leadership and communication, innovation and adaptability, and overall ecological community. This is a program that attempts to compare all types of working land and hold up a landowner who is truly doing the very best with their unique opportunities. This will be the 4th Leopold Conservation Award given in New England, and the diversity of how the recipients care for the land showcases the diversity of land use in New England. From a forester to a cranberry grower to a dairy, this year's recipient shows what is possible in a grass-fed beef operation. John and Carolyn Wheeler are true stewards of the land and have demonstrated the flexibility and innovation that is key to not only survive, but to grow and prosper on their land. From dairy beginnings to graped and belted Galloways, cut flowers, maple syrup, animals and crops are far from the only things produced on Wheelview Farm. Both John and Carolyn have a deep connection to their community and are committed to preserving the agricultural heritage of their region and farm, as well as educating the community on where food comes from. Aldo Leopold, for whom the award is named, was an American landowner, ecologist, forester, conservationist, and author. His most famous writing, A Sand County Almanac, details his love of the land and its creatures in an engaging, eloquent manner, much like John and Carolyn. Leopold wrote, "We abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. But when we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect." John and Carolyn Wheeler are pillars of their community and shining examples of how conservation and production can and should have a symbiotic relationship. Please join me now in watching a short film about some of the many reasons John and Carolyn Wheeler were selected as the 2022 New England Leopold Conservation Award recipients.
My grandfather came down from Whitingham, Vermont, I think around 1908. Back as far as I remember, they were all farmers. My father and grandfather.
It was my great-grandmother that really wanted to farm. They were the first ones in my family to come to the farm. 1896 is when they came here. My father started working for my mother's father here on the farm and did that his whole life.
Well, we took over this farm from my wife's parents in 1979 and worked at dairy farming here until 1988.
We were very fortunate that when we bought the farm, my dad was here and he helped us enormously.
The dairy economy for small conventional herds wasn't very good then, and we sold our dairy cows and I went to work at the high school and taught there for 20 years.
In 1993, I thought, well, maybe I'll just take a couple of plant science classes. I really enjoyed it and went through and got a master's degree in plant pathology.
We still did some haying and rented the pastures to other dairy farmers. Around 2002, we decided, well, let's get a few beef cattle. I always felt that someday I'd like to go back to farming of some type on the farm here. The grass-fed beef demand came along, and it worked out as a way to keep our land open and a way to make some profit on the farm too.
And so from 3 cattle, we went up to 180 animals at one point. It never was really planned, but it ended up well.
The type of land here makes it a little more challenging to farm. There's a lot of land that may make good pasture, but it's not a lot of good tillable acreage that could be used for vegetables or grains. We do rotational grazing and try not to overgraze the pastures so they remain in good shape, and try to do fencing that keeps animals out of streams and ponds and things like that. When we've done some logging, we've tried to do some thinning and conserving some of the wetlands and the woodlands around here too for wildlife habitats.
We want to make people aware of what it takes to grow the crops and that the crops are available locally. This building had been an old pig barn, and I took over the whole building for a farm museum. So one of my main goals is to maybe use the museum as an educational facility. And 3 different professors from the University of Massachusetts asked if they could bring their students here to see the cattle and the farm and the old tools and think about the history of farming and whatnot.
They talk with us and ask questions about what we're doing and how we're doing it. So I think that's an important part of what we're doing, to be an example for young people and classes that are really interested in agriculture.
Our goal is really to preserve the land here and keep it open so that people can come here.
It's important to us to see that the farm stays a farm. We realize it's got to be viable for a young person to do it. We're hoping it will be, and we're looking at ways of possibly selling the development rights on the farm and making sure it stays a farm. We think it's important if we can protect what farmland is left for young people to be able to do some type of farming with it.
We're really honored to receive the award. It was amazing. Just really, I think it took a while to sink in.
We were pretty amazed, and we're thinking long term about how to keep the farm and the land viable and sustainable for future generations. And we just hope that we can be an example for other small farms to show what they can do. You don't have to be big and conserving huge amounts of acreage to do good things with your property.
John and Carolyn, if you'd like to just share a few of your thoughts with us.
Well, I'd just like to thank everyone for giving us this honor. We're hoping we can live up to it and be a good example for other small farms and encourage younger generations to go on and do things that are environmentally beneficial and beneficial to small agriculture also.
We want to thank everyone involved in selecting us as the recipients for this. It's really an honor. I want to thank everyone who's processed our products and bought our products and come here to visit. We've made some wonderful friends over the years, and I hope they can see this video and come and visit again. It's really an honor.
Well deserved indeed. And I'd just like to invite Brian Donahue to make a few remarks as well.
Sure, happy to do it. Hi, John and Carolyn. Great to see you.
Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Yeah, so I'm speaking for the Wildlands and Woodlands Initiative, which actually includes Food Solutions New England. It includes farms and communities, the Northeast Wilderness Trust, New England Forestry Foundation, and a bunch of other Alpine, the academics for land protection in New England. And what we're promoting is an integrated approach to land and conservation and food production, wildlands and wood production and justice right across the New England landscape. And that's really exemplified by the diversity of the Leopold Awards. As Lance said, we've covered a bunch of those bases. We need to do more. We could use some more nominations, guys. You know, going from urban to rural, get them in front of us so that we can continue to honor all the parts of this effort that we're all involved in. So now I've known John and Carolyn for, I don't know, 10 or 15 years. I met them. I was given a talk actually on wildlands and woodlands for the Franklin Land Trust over at Turner's Falls at the Discovery Center. And there are these two people sitting in the front row. You know, how often do people sit in the front row listening intently? You know, it was quite unnerving, but they look friendly enough. And I got to know them better after that. And in fact, they helped us get started with our herd here on our farm. We got some of their Belted Galloway genetics and our cows that I can see out there. I guess I must be one of those younger farmers that John's talking about helping getting started. So anyway, I guess I'm telling this story. I keep seeing John and Carolyn at events like this over the years all the time. They show up. And you know, what wasn't in the video was mentioned a little bit by Lance is they're on everything. The Shelburne Planning Board, the Ag Commission, the Grange, the Farmers Exchange over in Greenfield, on and on. I mean, these are people who are working at the community level for all this stuff, which is just a key part of what we're doing, you know, to keep pushing this all on. It's not just what they're doing on their own beautiful farm up there, and it's called Wheelview for a reason. I mean, you practically see Canada from their place. It's just amazing up there. You know, and I should say they have protected some of their land. John talked about protecting some more, but a good bit of it is already under APR and agricultural preservation restriction, and they've been acquiring more and protecting it. So they're extremely active in that way. And I guess that's the thing I really wanted to say. You know, when you look back and read out of Leopold, it's been a long road trying to do this stuff. We may have lost as much ground as we gained in that time, but we keep at it. We need to keep doing these things, trying new things out, taking risks, as we've been talking about, involving much more diverse groups, keep these things alive and making these incremental gains. So John and Carolyn, I really want to thank you most for your stamina and resilience. Thanks.
Thank you for all your kind words, Brian. We're happy to have met you and been able to share some farming ideas with you and see you at meetings and things. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So thank you, Brian, for your words. And Carolyn and John, I wanted to just take a moment. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I don't mind telling you this brief story. And I didn't mention this to Lance, but when I was a planner in Franklin County, working for the Franklin Regional Council of Governments, I was tasked with the job of developing a land preservation plan for the town of Shelburne. And I largely spoke with farmers and uncovered a lot of old wounds around land and land conservation and the farming community in your town. And it was quite an educational experience for me, frankly. But I remember you two being among the positive forces for conservation, that you actually had a friendly word to say about that. And I know you probably don't remember me. I was just like a county employee, I guess. But I just want to thank you for that. And to me, that it represents what Brian was saying and Lance was saying, that you have an ethic that is represented both on the land, on your own property, but you've also made a huge impact on the region. So again, thanks for all your work and your ethic, your stewardship ethic. So I greatly appreciate that.
Actually, I do remember you, Bill, from some of the planning board
Okay,
work that I was doing years ago. We used some of your research and ideas about working on open space
right.
plans in Shelburne and cluster development, I
Yep,
think.
I
and-
remember that, yeah.
Yeah, we used some of your ideas for our planning board work in Shelburne. I think it's helped us out a lot, and it's helped preserve agriculture and open space in Shelburne. So I do remember.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's very generous of you.
Thank you. Our families have been here a long time, and we hope they'll be here for generations to come.
Great. So I think we're moving on to our afternoon panel. Our afternoon session is titled Collaboration for Conservation and Climate. How organizations are collaborating to build climate justice and resilience in their working community. So I'd like to now ask you to please join me in welcoming our moderator, Catherine Burgess, who's Vice President of Land Use and Development for Smart Growth America, who along with her speakers will be digging into some of what these new reciprocal relationships that we've been talking about can do that will help both organizations and RCPs advance climate justice and resilience regionally. Catherine, take it away.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Bill, and great to see everyone online today. I'm really looking forward to our panel and to hearing from all of you in the chat or otherwise with questions and comments as we learn from all of their work. We have a really inspirational group who work in a variety of different contexts, from the urban to the small town and rural, and who have designed partnerships with different groups, and all of whom represent organizations with different governance models. So to kick us off, I'm Catherine Burgess, and I lead the land use team at Smart Growth America. We're a national nonprofit focused on equitable, sustainable growth and development, and our North Star is a country where everyone can enjoy living in a place which is healthy, prosperous, and resilient. Conservation and the natural landscape are a key part of this vision, especially given the transformative health and community well-being benefits of nature in our communities. And as communities prepare for the increasingly severe and intense impacts of climate change, from increasingly frequent and severe storms to heat and drought, conservation and the landscapes play a key role in climate adaptation. So as a starting point in any climate adaptation work, it's really critical to acknowledge that communities which have been historically marginalized by land use, lending, and housing policy are disproportionately impacted by climate change. And it's critical for climate adaptation strategies to center these communities' needs and to meet communities where they are, to both reduce emissions and to adapt to the increasingly severe and intense impacts of climate change. So I'm here today with, as I said, a really inspirational group of panelists to learn from their work and to have a conversation where we connect some of the dots across the different stories of impact and integrating and centering climate and land use and land justice in their work. We'll be joined by David Brandt, who's the Executive Director of Aspetuck Land Trust, Melanie Garata, who's the Director of Climate Engagement for Stone Living Lab and Boston Harbor Now, Reggie St. Fort Collin, who is the Conservation Outreach Manager for Aspetuck Land Trust. And then we'll also have Aaron Witham, who's the coordinator for the Down East Conservation Network and the 12 Rivers Conservation Initiative. So to get us started, first, I'm really eager for our panelists to introduce us to the communities where they work and to share a bit about the communities they serve, their landscapes, their locations. But let's learn about that by hearing a very specific story. So if I could start with Melanie. Be great if you could start by sharing, both a bit about your organization, but I would love to hear a story about your work, how you have centered land use and land justice and climate adaptation in a specific project, with our goal today of sharing a lot of actionable lessons learned for this whole community of practitioners.
Sure. Thank you so much for that great introduction, and thank you all for joining and listening in. I'm Melanie Garate. I work for the Stone Living Lab as the Director of Climate Engagement, and I'm really here to speak to some of the work that I've done at the Mystic River Watershed Association. I'm very new to the Stone Living Lab role and have lots to share from my previous work that will impact my current and future work. And so the Mystic River Watershed are on the ancestral and traditional lands of the Pawtucket, Nipmuc, and Massachusetts tribes. And so I want to honor their history and also their resilience as they are still active in the environment today and are in communication with the land and water and air and with the adaptation space. So just want to make sure to name that. One specific story, and I think probably one of my favorite and proudest projects that I've gotten the pleasure and honor to work on is the COVID Safe Cooling Strategies Grant Program. And so this is a grant program that I helped to co-create with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council and the Barr Foundation. And this was a response to the COVID pandemic in 2020, when everybody was stuck in their homes or going outdoors and socially distancing. And then also a time when we had multiple extreme heat waves. And so together with these communities, we looked at where people were most impacted by extreme heat and where people were most impacted by the pandemic, and pick the top 7 communities. And we're able to give out emergency relief funding to cover things as electrical costs or electricity support rather, giving out energy efficient ACs or fans. And so kind of emergency response to the pandemic and extreme heat, as well as long-term action, such as installing hydration stations outside of homeless shelters or tree planting with youth, or a community process to open up a lot, a vacant lot and turn it into a park space. And so what was really novel about this grant program is that the outreach that I was able to do to the different community-based organizations, or CBOs, were to communities who were traditionally not involved in the climate adaptation movement, were not these big green NGOs, and we're really there to aid in the civic support that folks needed in their neighborhoods. And so I was able to reach them and connect them to this emerging threat of extreme heat, and really was able to connect the dots. We were together able to connect the dots in how extreme heat was really a public health emergency as well as a climate emergency. It was another pandemic on top of multiple pandemics of the time. And so now 3 years later, the Barr Foundation wants to create this program and make it bigger and better, and be able to reach more communities and create long-term resilience to extreme heat. And none of this would have happened if we hadn't talked to these communities who are on the ground, understanding their resident or constituent needs, and are really closer to the problem. And so we really tried to lean into that statement of, nothing about us without us, and the people closest to the problem are closest to the solution. And so that's one of my crowning moments. And I was there to help people create projects and grant manage, and then they all really did that work collaboratively, and we were there as a resource for them. So I'll stop there.
Melanie, thank you so much. That's an amazing project. And I'm really glad to hear of your work there, especially given, the incredible and scary public health threat of heat, often thought of as the most devastating of climate threats, even though it doesn't get as much press, or, it's not maybe as dramatic as a big storm. Just before we move on to another panelist introductory remarks, be great to hear a bit more about how you connected with the community-based organizations. were many of these, especially if they're residence groups or groups affiliated with a religious center, how did you identify and reach out to groups? And you noted that these are not big green groups. Had many of the groups been involved in other types of climate related work, and how did you kind of build that bridge if not?
Sure. So I think yes and no in regards to some having worked in the climate space, some not. So in the Boston area, we have a couple of NGOs who are working on climate justice specifically. So I'm thinking of Green Roots, if anybody knows of Green Roots, also Harbor Keepers. And so Green Roots was able to participate, and they already knew something that they really wanted to work on. And so that was hydration stations in areas where there are urban heat islands in Chelsea. Well, in Chelsea, the whole place is a heat island. And so they were able to work with the municipality to do that. And then others, such as My Brother's Table up in Lynn, which serves people experiencing homelessness, or the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association in Roxbury within Boston. They had never worked in the climate adaptation space. And what I did was honestly talk to various people who are in this spaces. So I had already been working in the space for a couple of years. And so I knew some community members had been attending community meetings without necessarily an ask, not coming in here being top down, hey, I have a project, can you work on it? It was more like, these are some funds that are available. This is how it may impact your youth, your elderly, people who are have different abilities, who are disabled. Do you think that this project or this grant could be of service to your community? And if so, in what ways? And then we were able to work together to create a project that would be applicable to both what the grant was trying to do, and then also to the needs of the community. And so some organizations took a few different conversations to get to that point, and some organizations got it right away. Some, wanted to spend $5,000 to $15,000, and I was like, I think you could do more. You could service more with some more funding. What else could you do? What else does your community need? And so really it was honestly just asking the right questions, and part of it was being there at the right time with the right community members.
Thank you so much. Let's hear next from Erin. Erin, thanks again for joining us today. Could you share a bit about a bit of context about the Down East Conservation Network, the communities that you serve, and then a specific project where your organization is centered land justice and climate justice through your conservation work?
Sure, I'm very happy to be here. So I see myself coming here as a storyteller, by no means taking credit for how all of this work has been done. It's been a great group of people who I have kind of standing behind me and sharing their story, as it's been a long project that has been going on for a long time. I work in the Down East region of Maine. It spans 2 counties. It's very rural. Some of the regions have more than 25% of the land is in conservation. A lot of it is in private forest easement. There's also a national park that attracts over 4 million people a year, but the year-round population between those 2 counties is only around 91,000. So it's very small, and it can take over 4 hours to drive from one region to the other. So very spread out. I work in this region that is encompassed by Wabanaki territory, and there are some serious challenges around rural capacity for planning, infrastructure, economic development. For the past few years, we've had a serious issue with lack of staffing for any of our regional county planning organizations. They've gone through periods of being defunct so that those resources are not available. And the folks who are involved in Down East Conservation Network, one of their main goals is to see more of the economic benefits of conservation in our communities. And especially with the lack of some of the planning resources, we're really starting to realize the way that nonprofits perhaps play an outsized role in the decision-making process that happens in our communities about how land is used. And and coming to terms with how we might be able to change that decision-making process so that it's not just a nonprofit with resources in that area making that decision without broader community input and engagement. So one of the ways that we have been doing that has been looking to think about decision-making around conservation. Our group sort of saw ourselves as conveners. We're conservation groups and education organizations, bringing people together to talk about issues, to talk about conflicts. For example, we were bringing people together to talk about how can we solve issues around access to waterfront for shellfish harvesting. And when we were bringing people together, time and time again, we heard people talking about their concern that when land is conserved, there's a loss of potential current or future tax revenue for the town. And we heard that issue come up when we were trying to have conversations about other things. And so we're trying to listen and say, okay, this is the issue that we need to coalesce around and work on together because it's coming up time and time again. So I'm happy to talk more about that project as we go forward in the conversation, but just as a bit of a teaser, that's one of the projects we've been trying to address.
Thank you so much, Erin. And then we're lucky to have a dynamic duo from the Aspetuck Land Trust, Reggie and David. Thank you for joining us today. I'm great to hear from both of you. To start by sharing a bit of context about the Land Trust, and would love to hear about a specific project which is addressed climate justice through conservation.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I could just start first. Thank you for having us. And then I'll hand it off to Reggie to kind of talk about an example. How does that sound, Reggie?
Sounds good.
Okay. So, we're Aspetuck Land Trust is a regional land trust. We have 6 towns in our kind of regional footprint. 2 of those towns are relatively new. They include Monroe, which we merged with the Monroe Land Trust last year, and then Bridgeport. And we're going to talk more about Bridgeport. Reggie's going to talk more about Bridgeport and kind of what we're doing there, and how we're building human resilience by connecting people with nature, which is a big piece of our work there. But our work in Bridgeport was, really, had a lot of, there were a lot of inputs, so to speak, that directed us to Bridgeport. But one of those was, just through our work with, H2H, the Hudson to Housatonic initiative, that regional conservation partnership that we're involved in here in Connecticut and New York, to think a little bit larger about the landscape. And so it really drove us, to create a larger strategic conservation plan for our regional land trust, which led us into what we call our Green Corridor campaign, which is essentially kind of our big initiative, our stake in the ground, because land trust can get a little sleepy, get a little tired. You're just protecting open spaces. It's one here, it's one there, and it's not always so exciting. So we laid out this big initiative called the Green Corridor to essentially connect our landscape, which is what H2H as an RCP is trying to do in the H2H region between the Hudson to the Housatonic. So we kind of doubled down on that and created our own Green Corridor within our own sub-region of the H2H region. And it was all about protecting land. We identified 805 acres to protect the last remaining open spaces in our towns. We're moving on that on a number of fronts, and it's about engaging homeowners who own most of the land in our towns to do things in their yards to create more ecological value. Insect populations are declining. Biodiversity is suffering, throughout our world. But the Green Corridor is all about engaging these homeowners to do things in their own yards to increase biodiversity. So, that's kind of a roundabout way of helping us really leverage and magnify our mission as a land trust. We can't preserve all the land. What exists in between our protected open spaces, and that's still our core mission is to protect land, are all these homeowners, and what they do on their yards can have a huge impact. So not every homeowner, not everybody though is a homeowner. Not everybody has a yard. Some people live in apartments. And so part of our look regionally, part of taking that kind of holistic, larger look at the landscape, which is something that is so powerful, for the RCPs, it's such a powerful concept. Don't just look in your own backyard. Don't just focus on your own one town, but how can you leverage your impact to preserve more land, to connect land? It's all about having an impact in the landscape. So we started looking at Bridgeport, because we haven't traditionally worked in that community. This is a community that needs open space and needs to be connected to nature more than any community. Because they traditionally have been kind of boxed out from nature and accessing nature. And in fact, this community in Bridgeport, this urban community that Reggie's going to talk about, sometimes it's about, they don't even really necessarily, we don't have the language in some case necessarily even talk to folks in this community about what a land trust does, because they don't really know about what land trusts do. So it's really a kind of getting back to square one. And so we were very excited to hire Reggie to be our community outreach manager to help us really, and this is what we say in our green corridor, to build a bridge to Bridgeport. We want these folks to know that there's land just outside of Bridgeport that they can visit. And in fact, they haven't been visiting to the extent that we want them to, because they don't feel welcome, to come out into 15 or 20 minutes away, into the suburbs to visit some of our nature preserves. So we're trying to build that bridge on many different fronts. But in the end, for us, it's about justice in the context of our conservation work right now at this time, and Reggie will talk more about this, is about building human resilience, by connecting people with nature. And that's what we're really focused on right now. And I'll hand it off to Reg.
Thanks for that handoff. Hey everyone, Reggie, he, him, Bridgeport. Yeah, to everything David said, but I want to back up a little bit and give some context to what Bridgeport is. Bridgeport is in Fairfield County, the 6th richest county in America, and it's also the #1 county in regards to what does it say? It's like the top earners make 9 times as much as the bottom earners. It's #1 in regards to wage disparity in America. And Bridgeport is usually where the lower half resides in. 3 heat islands, 3 food apartheid areas. Half the city doesn't have transportation, and there's like he was mentioning, there's not very many spaces of green land. There's not swaths of green land. It's an urbanized community. It's the Detroits, the Baltimores of Connecticut, to give some equation just to get you what it is. Yeah, and we bring justice by various things, various ways. One thing is, I like to say that we're leading the space that's no one's tapping in. We just talk to people and be like, hey, do you enjoy nature? That's not a conversation that's had a lot. It seems like most groups come in and like, we got 35 programs that's about to make you the next Martin Luther King. It's like, nah, we just want to talk about nature and enjoy nature. It seems a lot of places are focused on making you look down. We focus on making you look up, like enjoying nature. Look at the trees, look at the birds, look at the flower, and do your thing. Our first point of contact is just talking to people. We're like, hey, that conversation. And then once we get out there, the programs are made from there. It's kind of hard to tell you what our programs are. For this portion, it's kind of hard to tell you what the programs are, because the first point of contact is, hey, you want to some fun in nature? And then they talk and we just build from there. Kids say like, hey, what are those bees? I'm like, you're not about to get an answer from me, but I can get you someone who could. We have an apiary over here. We have bee experts, build a program from that. River waterways, same thing. So we've been doing that with the Boys and Girls Clubs, the Big Brothers, Big Sisters, rehabs, 100 Girls in Leading, which is a mentorship program for people under mentorship for, sorry about that. Yeah, mentorship for, sorry, I lost my place. 100 Girls in Leading, which is a group that does mentorship for women between the ages of 9 and 18, and other groups like that. So that's the first barrier. We just introduce people to a space, what nature is, and without any agency. We come in and we're like, here, we're your neighbors, and we want you to live as well as everyone else. The people who have the 9 times as much, you deserve the same agency. You're a human at the end of the day, you deserve as much as wage shouldn't change your relationship with nature. And that's what our part is. We try to change the wage in that conversation. Secondly, we more intently, we work with schools in regards to building the conversation. Like David said, we were currently working with 5 schools. I think I might have mentioned it, there's not swaths of land to save in Bridgeport, but there are 35 schools with acres of land. So our work is, we're currently working with 5 schools and their nature clubs and their talented and gifted programs and those programs like that to build them their own, to help them get to the place to make their own pollinators or educational nature classrooms. Again, we usually are the resource and a very open arm where we take the conversation and build from there. So it's still in the infancy, but for example, we did a school called Winthrop in Bridgeport where we worked the talented and gifted program. In September, we had a landscaper come out. They told them about land, what landscaping is, what the flowers are, what their equation is to the ground. And then we did a soil test to see if we could do anything. We brought someone out to tell them about what a soil test is, how a soil test is done, got the results, told the kids again about what the results are, how you read it, how you change dirt around. And then we brought a tiller out and then we tilled the ground. We tilled like about I don't know how big it is. It's a 1/4 acre that we're turning into a meadow of pollinators with like blueberry bushes and all that. So we tilled that out. Again, told them about all that stuff. And then we had a general idea of where everything's gonna plant, the plants that will work with the soil test. And again, we gave them the freedom. We're like, hey, we kind of want to look like this, but your kids, like, I'm never going to be at the school. In fact, I shouldn't be at the school. I'm an old man. I shouldn't be chilling like that there. So we gave them agency in regards to, here's the general idea. Here's what you put this here. Here's what's going to happen. Build and we'll guide. We more shepherd than lead, I say. Like, we just give a little nudge, and sometimes, we give a little nudge, but we give a lot of freedom for growth. That's the way we do it. Just so we're not the ones forcing conversation. Because I am in Bridgeport. I went to school in Bridgeport here, and I noticed a lot of programs are they're a great program to get grants and all that, and it's all that. You'll check a bunch of boxes, but at the end of the day, the people you're reaching for will be like, yeah, I did that for a semester, and then next semester it's something else. This is more holistic, and like, we're gonna look for people who want to do it, give them space to grow, and then give them the resource to grow. Because again, this is a very affluent place, like I mentioned, 6th richest county in Connecticut, with a lot of great hearts. So we try to shepherd not only the people, but some of the finances to those people to help make it a more equitable and green place.
Thank you so much, Reggie. I have a follow-up question. I'm inspired hearing about your work with the school communities and the mentorship groups. When you started, you mentioned that a typical approach would be going into a new community and saying what your programs are versus encouraging people to get out and enjoy nature and having more of that open-ended conversation. I'd be curious to hear, you've shared an example of working with the schools where you gave the students a really open-ended direction to take the project or the program where they wanted to see it go. Like, writ large, what have you seen in terms of your programs changing? Rather than going to the community and saying, these are the programs we have, looking to go in a new direction to meet their needs. Is that something which has happened, or can you share a bit more about the kind of program evolutions as you're partnering more closely with community members?
I would say there wasn't much, at least on my part, there's not much change, because I was hired from community. I'm a community organizer first. I do a bunch of food insecurity work in Connecticut. I have 3 or 4 community fridges, or what is it called? Sorry, I'm on a different panel. Yeah, community fridges 24/7. So I do a bunch of food insecurity work. So I was hired through that work, and it just aligned, and then we just worked together. So I say all that with saying, I forgot the question. Could you repeat that again?
Oh, as I was inspired and struck by your comment about how you're not going to community members saying, these are the programs we have.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to hear, beyond just not focusing on the programs, are your programs changing in response to the community groups that you're partnering with and their needs and their interests?
I would say it changes a lot, just because every group has different wants and needs. And like, there's parts of Bridgeport that are kind of gentrified, that don't need the same things that the places that have 50 or 75% of people don't have transportation, can't go to parks, don't have solid bus schedules, don't have food, don't have, or living heat islands. So yeah, it changes like from school to, I guess, from place to place in regards to finding out specifically what their want is. But on my part, it's it may seem oversimplified, but my part's not, it doesn't change. I'm like, hey, do you like nature? Do you want to enjoy it? And how do you want to enjoy it? So me, it's not much change, but like, yeah, on a like 5,000 foot or view or 50,000 foot view, there's, or 5,000 foot view, there's yeah, there's change from place
High
to
up view.
yeah, high up view. Just like any relationship, you know, like I have a different relationship with my mom than I do with my best friends. We still like, we could live on the same block, but the conversation is different. So, you know, we're very big in the place of having relationships and conversation. Those are terms I use all the time because it is, people are talking. It's not that hard. Like the elections just show that people under 30 are like steering the world. It's opening up people's ears and being like, hey, listen. That's like the conversation is the easy part. Just listen. Like people are talking all the time. Go online, you can find an opinion about anything. Go to your school, they have opinions about anything. In fact, they're leading a lot of local, like 9 times out of 10 from what the voting maps say, they're leading a lot of political stuff. So they are out and making moves. It's more or less just being like, not pushing these kids out and being like, hey, look at these young rabble rousers. Just be like, hey, what are they talking about? What points are they trying to make? And maybe we could work together to make some kind of future together.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'll move into some questions for, anyone in the panel to raise their hand up for, and we can jump around. Maybe not, we won't hear from everyone every time, but feel free to jump in as you feel inspired. So we've shared some specific examples that I'd like to step back and hear from you all. How did your organization come to focus on climate justice, and how aligned is that, or was that with your mission? Did you change fundamental ways of doing things to move in this direction? And maybe as an add-on question too, were there moments where you made the decision to uplift or support other organizations' work as opposed to always being the leader on the conversation on this topic? So feel free to either jump in, or we can do the Zoom hands if we need to.
I can kick us off.
Thanks, Melanie.
Yeah. So again, speaking about Mystic River Watershed Association, so to back up, the Mystic River Watershed, we call it MIRA for short. So MIRA created a regional partnership among the municipalities in the watershed called the Resilient Mystic Collaborative to work on regional climate adaptation work, because we know that climate change doesn't have boundaries. And so that's especially true for flooding. For extreme heat, it's a little bit more complicated because it also relates to past land use policies such as redlining and how that has impacted extreme heat and urban heat islands today. And so we started this regional group where municipalities all had to be on board for working on various different projects. Some worked in like 3 municipalities, some worked in 6, some worked in 2. And so it was very varied, but it was all with the mission of making sure that the climate resilience projects we're working on or actually in the communities that are most vulnerable to climate, that we were leading with social vulnerability and creating social resilience. Instead of going the usual route of protecting property or protecting land only for its sake, but we wanted to make sure to protect property and land that were also in tandem of socially vulnerable communities. And to get to that point, we really had to prioritize and understand that we need to share power. All of us in this space are in some position of privilege and in some position of power, and sharing that power doesn't lower our own power. And so, for example, a wealthy community such as the city of Cambridge, with a community that is lower income like Everett and Chelsea, if they work together, they could all benefit because they're sharing power. And so that kind of speaks a bit to the work we do on regional climate adaptation. But in regards to the Mystic River Watershed as an organization, We actually went through a racial equity training, not just for the staff, but also for the board. And it was over 3 months' time, over various different sessions. And so it was very deep, and we all went through it together. And it was so important for the board to come on board, the board to support, because that meant that we were all speaking the same language, and we were all understanding what our biases were, what our struggles were in regards to looking at the mirror in regards to these racial inequities. Because I do have to name that climate justice goes very much in line with racial justice and economics justice. We can't tease those apart. These are intersectional issues. And so we have to be able to look in the mirror first before going out into the world and trying to say, okay, yes, we're working on climate justice because we have a brown person on, or we have someone from low income communities. That is really tokenization rather than working with the communities and hearing them first, and then being able to move forward and work on projects together. So we had to lay down that foundation before going through that work, and we're still having to build on that foundation. It's a never-ending process.
Thank you so much for sharing that and for making sure everyone here is making that connection between the internal foundational work and then the community facing work that, you know, is ostensibly the focus of the panel. But yeah, as you said, you can't get there if you're not at that place yourself as an organization. Would anyone else like to share how the climate and land justice work has aligned with your organization's overall mission, and, you know, what you've had to do to make changes to, you know, be authentic and to be making the type of just change in the world we're hoping to see? Reggie?
I think I just touched on a little bit in the comment section, but the work I'm doing in part of Bridgeport is a green corridor initiative that we're doing in regards to like talking to individuals about, we let's bully people, and we're like, hey, if it's 1% change, make that 1% change, brick by brick, you build a house. So that's our way. Unfortunately, there's no bricks in Bridgeport. So the change is that instead of talking to resources outside of Bridgeport, the resources are already there. We're just asking them to change their lifestyles a little bit. In Bridgeport, there's no resource, so they're trying to get resources and trying to work with what they have to be like, you have a resource, you just don't understand what it is or how to use it, and that's not your fault. That is how the world is. That's how the education system and the world placed you, and we're just trying to get you en route. So yeah, I guess that's the difference, but doesn't change much of our plan, or our I would say it doesn't change much of our mission. It's just a continuation of it. Maybe David has an answer.
No, I think that's right. I think you know, we want to work within our region with all towns in our region, and Bridgeport's a different town than the towns we generally work in. So, you know, the reason we hired Reggie is, you know, primarily to work in Bridgeport. He's, you know, our conservation outreach manager for all of our towns, but we know that, you know, we have to approach it in a different way to engage that community and build a bridge to that community. But, you know, we did, you know, that was a new direction for the land trust. And, you know, as the executive director, you know, I had to kind of, you know, talk about these things to my board, but our board at the Aspetuck Land Trust was very excited about doing this work. And so we even changed our bylaws to include diversity, you know, equity and inclusion in our bylaws, you know, and everybody was very supportive of that. And we had some interesting conversations about it. And gee, is it really necessary? You know, do we really need to put this in our bylaws? Are we going to be held to some kind of higher standard? What if we don't accomplish our goals? You know, but, you know, having these kinds of conversations have been really helpful, I think, for our organization, which is an organization that has traditionally not, you know, worked in, you know, kind of the higher socioeconomic, you know, towns of Fairfield County. And so, you know, it's an education process for our board, but I'm very gratified that the board is excited about this work, and we're doing the work, and and that we also changed our bylaws.
Yeah, I think Melanie said it best. Nothing about us without us. I think that's from like I forgot what it is. There's I forgot what it's called, but they did the handicap movement like 20 years ago, but like literally nothing about us without us, and they brought us in. So all the conversations we're doing stakeholder conversations once Thanksgiving and the holidays pass, because people like to celebrate and eat, and I don't want to bother them. But we're doing a bunch of stakeholder conversations, and pretty much like I say personally, stakeholder conversations is a very high level way to just say have conversations, like talk to people. So we talk to people, we ask them what they want, what they don't want, but we have them from every program, and more intently, like moving forward with like direct surveying and information gathering. But yeah, we brought the space, we create the space so people could have work. Sorry, again, I tend to rant, sorry.
No ranting here. This is a good conversation. I'll have one more follow-up question on some of the themes that you both brought up before we had to change tact on other things we're hoping to cover. I think, Melanie, you mentioned working with Cambridge and Everett and, larger regional group in the Mystic watershed, the need to, have an approach where there's genuine power sharing. How did you broach that conversation with the local government representatives that have traditionally been in the position of driving some of the regional decisions? I think we're talking about that now, this different, the dynamics of regional, different towns and municipalities that have not traditionally worked together. That's one step, just working together, but then getting to that sharing power is a whole different place. So would you like to share anything about how you managed to make that approach work?
Sure. And I'm not saying that sharing power is easy.
Yeah.
Right? We have lots of really smart people, lots of smart engineers and architects and scientists in the room. And sometimes it can be a lot of cooks in the kitchen. Honestly, I think that a big part of our success is the amazing facilitation and mediation consultant that we had, who is trained in this work, is an expert in this work, and her name is Carrie Hewlett. And I had the honor of working with her and really learning so much from her as a wannabe Carrie facilitator in my future life. But there are people who are specifically trained in this topic that, just as we're spending lots of money to hire consultants that are very well needed to do engineering and landscape architecture and everything else, we also need people who have the knowledge and the training and the lived experience of being a community organizer or a community engagement person. So we need to be actually spending a lot more money in the engagement piece of the work, is my opinion. But we did have that dedicated person, and so we were very lucky to have that. And I don't know how successful this would have been if we didn't have someone who was so smart and dedicated to this work that we could all bounce ideas off of and mediate anything that needed to.
Well, sounds like a nomination for next year's conference. So let's note that. So there's when we started the conversation today, the first project that was shared is focused on extreme heat. I'd be interested to hear from Aaron, Reggie, and David on your approach to climate impacts in your work. What climate impacts are you most concerned about for the communities that you serve and for the sites that you steward, and how are you seeking to take a just approach to addressing the climate impacts? Reggie, see your hand up.
Yeah. When it comes to what's the most important, I think it's all intersectional. So it's not most important. Yeah. It's like, what's the most important to you, your first kid or your third? What do you mean? Like, it's all the same. That they're my kids, so yeah, all the problems are intersectional, be it the food insecurity, the traveling. So yeah, to answer that, yeah, they're all important. So we try to work with them all at I think it's what we call it, the speed of trust. So it's not like 3 months, 4 months. We work with them as fast as they could work with them. They talk about it. And again, sorry, I just keep I start talking and forget the question like 3 words in. Sorry, were you
Oh, no problem. Curious about your climate adaptation work. And I'll say I've followed some of the Bridgeport post-Sandy resilience work. Curious if you're if the Land Trust been involved in anything along those lines, actually.
I mean, specifically, we're not part of the Resilient Bridgeport stuff, but we are like my work specifically, like these schools are in the heat islands that Resilient Bridgeport said were the heat islands. So yeah, that in the information gathered from reports before built on the work that's being done now. But I'm also a resident, so I kind of knew about it. I didn't like a report was a great way to get funding to do the work, but if you live in these places, you already know what's going on. So I would say, yeah, it touched it worked we worked with resilience and information, but the impact work, again, yeah, we're doing mapping. We're trying to model a lot of stuff around what you guys are doing at HUA. Like we're trying to map, figure out where else we could reach. So yeah, I'd say the answer is we're still writing that story, and it's being written by this conversation. Part of it is this conversation.
Thank you. And Erin, we haven't heard from Down East for a while. Is there anything you'd like to share on climate impacts?
Sure. It has to do with climate impacts and a little bit of what Melanie was saying about sharing power. So one of the things I think when we think about addressing climate impacts is sort of the co-production of knowledge. So not having the knowledge stream come down from above saying this is our top priority, this is where it's coming from, but actually coming together to say, what are our top questions as a community? How do we address them rather than a kind of top-down approach? So that's been one of the ways that we've tried to work, coming up, if there's research, if there's more information that is needed to understand the problem, coming together to ask the questions, saying, what are our top concerns and how do we address them together? And so I think, especially for land trusts that often think of themselves as science experts, to kind of let go of some of that power and share that and think about prioritization in a different way. That's applicable to the work we're doing with municipal budgets, but it's also applicable to how we think about climate impacts.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and back to Reggie's point around the people who live in the community or already know these issues. And then, the report, it formalizes things. Maybe it helps, get things into a budget, but it should be reflective of the lived experience of people who are there on the ground. We've talked a lot about partnerships in this conversation, partnerships with school groups, residents groups, partnerships across different municipalities and regional groups. I'm curious amongst the panelists if there's any type of partnerships that has been important to your climate justice work that hasn't just come up organically that you'd like to highlight for this audience, whether that's a partnership that you forged, that was new to you in your pursuit of working in this area, or a group that you had worked with forever, but worked with in a different way through these types of projects. So yeah, anyway, I tend to ramble also. So the short thing is partnerships. What have we not heard yet? Reggie?
I can tell you about a partnership you heard about already.
Okay, but hopefully more about it. So that sounds great.
So this school partnership I was talking about, it's something that happened like 4 months ago. Like through the power of like these 100 girls and leading, all these groups I mentioned before, they're made up of students. So they talk to their teachers, they talk to everyone else. And then I don't know how it happened, but we just started receiving email. Like I started getting contacted by some people who were like, we love to do some kind of green work at our schools. And then it evolved to they asked about pollinators, because they're like, every teacher seems like now is doing more programs, more green. So they were like, how do we do this in less theoretical sense? Because again, Bridgeport doesn't have resources. So outside of some slides with trees, they're not seeing all this stuff. They're not seeing the owls or hawks and stuff. So how do they actually see it in person? So the conversations is built from there. Like our partnerships were built from people reaching out, seeing the work we did and the conversations that the kids started. That's why I say so. That's why I was mentioning before, like kids already have, like everyone, if you listen, people are already bringing ideas. It's just being able to be like, hey board, you have a lot of great ideas, but so these 1,000 kids that live in this town, maybe we should listen to these 1,000 kids that live in the town and work from there. So yeah.
Thanks.
Erin, were you gonna say something, or can I go? Or were you gonna say? Okay. So I have 2 things to share. One is that I am a volunteer for Latino Outdoors, and if y'all haven't heard of Latino Outdoors, look them up. We have chapters all over the country. They're volunteer run chapters. And so very low budget. And so very much love to partner with organizations to do work. And so obviously, since I've been in the environmental space in the Boston area for a long time, I am very grateful to have many connections. And I partnered with my old organization, Mystic River Watershed, to run a program. We did kayaking, like lots of fun things. And in one of those events, a couple came by, and they both Latinos, and they are actually two artists, and one of them is a scientist who had come over to Boston to do a postdoc in evolutionary biology in Harvard, and then they eventually started a nonprofit called the Art and Bio Collaborative. You can also look them up if you're in the Boston area, or also they travel around. And then once we started talking, this obviously happened very serendipitously, learned about their background and thought this would be so amazing to work with you on a project. Let's work together on our Wicked Hot Mystic project. That was the urban heat mapping campaign throughout the whole watershed. And so we were able to work with them simply because I had a conversation with them, simply because just naming this, I am a Latina, and so I'm attracting other community members to me because of my lived experience. And so that just goes to show the power of making sure to include racially diverse staff members in your work and as partners. And so we were able to do this amazing project. They got their students involved. They were able to look at the data and interpret it in artistic ways. They created a whole coloring book that was actually like a storyline that involved Wicked Hot Mystic in it. It's very beautiful. I can find the link if you all want to look at it, but it happened serendipitously. And at the same time, I know that I was able to attract that kind of community.
Wow. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Erin, were you jumping in too?
No.
Well, I think the whole goal of this panel was to provide actionable ideas for everyone here. So I want to be sure that we have a moment both to respond to questions. I love that there's dialogue going on in the chat. These virtual conferences, it's always like there's kind of the two layers of it. But feel free to put any direct questions for the panelists in the chat, because we'll try to get to it in the last 10 minutes of the conversation. But for now, as we wrap up, I'd like to hear, is there any general advice that you have for folks here that may not have come up today in terms of how they can incorporate climate justice into their conservation work? Erin?
I'm happy to jump in here first. I think in the chat earlier, a few people were talking about discomfort and leaning into the discomfort. So in this partnership that I've been working on between conservation groups and municipalities, where there's quite a divided narrative, where originally coming into this project, conservation groups say, conservation doesn't have an impact on property taxes or has a very small impact. And towns are saying conservation has a huge impact on property taxes. And so, as I was saying, we tried to create a situation where there can be co-production of knowledge. Let's dig into this. Let's look at this together. Let's look at the numbers. Let's find out where there could be solutions we could work together. And we've been doing this for about 3-4 years now, working on this research project together, building those relationships. It's slow. It takes time. We try to tell our grantors, yes, we're still working on it. It's not done yet. But I just wanted to tell a little narrative, a little story about the discomfort. So when I was invited to come speak at this conference, I was talking with some of my municipal partners about this project and whether they'd be interested in coming to speak with me. And the response I got back first was talking about how our research project is slow and we're not sure where we're going and this and that. And I was just like, oh my God. All this time, I thought we were getting somewhere, and it sounds like, no, we're not. There's still a lot of frustration. Those problems still exist. And so I called my partner and I was like, I'm so embarrassed. Like, tell me what's going on. You sound unhappy. And she was like, we started laughing, and it's just like, it is slow and this is tough, but like, look at, we do have these great relationships. And I was just, I mean, in my head, I was like, there's no way this turns out well. This is it. We have failed. This project has failed. And it was just a good reminder about you can't know what everyone else is feeling or thinking or experiencing. And to know that, you have to pick up the phone and make that uncomfortable phone call and lean into the discomfort. And it was like, what was I thinking, that we'd be sailing along for 4 years without having, more than one uncomfortable conversation? Of course, it's going to be uncomfortable. Of course, we're going to have to kind of get back on the same page time after time. And so I guess I just had myself a little bit of a learning experience about leaning into this discomfort and not being afraid of it and expecting it. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight that. It just helped me to kind of re-engage and get re-excited about the work.
Well, thank you, Erin. I think everyone here can probably relate to this story. So appreciate your being open, because that's part of being a community, right? Having that ability to be open and share these experiences. What other pieces of advice would Melanie, Reggie, or David like to share before we move on to any other audience questions?
So I have 2 stickies with me that I keep by my desk at all times to remind me, because I too forget. One is do fewer things better. I don't know if you can see that. This is something that my amazing old supervisor used to tell me: do fewer things better. If you're really going to work with the community and work on climate justice and integrate that into your work, you can't be doing so many things, because you're then actually not making real deep connections, and that's what you need to make. And the other post-it that I have is give people agency and systems resist change. And I think you all know what I mean, but to explain a little bit, I would rather like to describe myself as a community amplifier, because I know that people have their own agency and, again, their own power. I don't necessarily want to speak for communities. I want to amplify their voices, because they have voices on their own. And we're all resistant to change, especially systems, and where, as Erin mentioned, where that uncomfortableness happens is where that change is actually created and coming from. And if we actually lean into it rather than feel really defensive or just close your eyes because, obviously I do everything perfect, blah, 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 then you're not going to get anywhere. And just as climate change, or just as greenhouse gases are impacting our climate and our climate is changing, so do we have to change in order to adapt to it.
Thank you. And I love the stickies. That's like, we should all have those. Reggie and David, would you like to share? Yeah, do you have stickies? That'll be the first piece of advice.
No, but I'm about to make one that says do less better, because so that's the problem I usually have. I'm like, oh, that's a great idea, man. But no, usually I try to just again, what Melanie said 100% in regards to the talk about agency. Like, it's usually the community has all the answers. So, and there's a lot of people with a lot of great answers and a lot of great ideas that you probably don't know. But usually most of my work is if you want to move fast, go alone. If you want to move far, go together. So work with everyone. So it's work with everyone. If you want to make a holistic change that goes more than you, take time, listen, have conversation. You plant the tree so your kids could go under it. So you have to take that in consideration. Like, it's not you going to be eating an apple tree when you plant it. It's probably your kids and your grandkids. So you might not taste that sweet, sweet apple, but knowing that your kid will taste that sweet, sweet apple should make you happy enough.
I'll say one thing. Well said, Reggie.
Well, do we have any closing questions for the panel? We started a little early, actually, so we're about on time, but would welcome the chance to hear from anyone. And thanks for all your enthusiasm in the chat too. It's great to see that the panelists' work and experiences have resonated with you all. Okay.
Sure, I'll jump in. First, I really want to thank the panelists. This was just terrific listening. I'm continuing to be inspired, and I really connected to the heat island effect issue because I've experienced it personally. I know the conservation community can bring to municipalities this whole public safety, public health issue that comes from the heat island effect. Planting more trees, more whatever, but this just incredible opportunity for the conservation community to impact major concerns that urban communities have.
Thank you for sharing that. And I definitely agree. I mean, there is just such a need, and also a need for both, urban policy change and for, the role of green spaces and green roofs, new technology. And I believe Melanie reflected on this, social network, social infrastructure as well. So not just those physical investments, but I think New York had a really cool Be a Buddy program where people would, be formally connected with their elderly neighbors who might, need to be checked on during a really hot day. And yeah, there's going to unfortunately be a lot of work that's needed in this area over the next few years. Yeah. Does anyone else have experience working on urban heat that you'd like to share, given the interest in the audience? Mm-hmm. Okay, I've got a question from John in the chat around how to deal with passive aggressive resistance to environmental justice and conservation, which can have its roots in racism and greed. It's a big question. Back to the earlier discussion around how your organizations came to be doing this work. Would anyone like to reflect on this? Yeah.
Reggie is talking.
Reggie,
muted.
You're muted, Reggie.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if you're on mute, Reggie, if you were saying something.
I wasn't. I should have covered I was reading the question over and over. I was trying to mull something up. I'm tired of keep ranting at you guys. It's rude, especially with this time frame. So I was trying to just feel, but I'll be back. I'm thinking of an answer.
Okay. Yeah, no, this one needs some thinking. And whether folks want to reflect on this as whether this is passive resistance within your organizations or within the broader network of constituencies that you work with. I think, any thoughts on this, I'm sure would be helpful for the audience.
I just think it's important to lead and to do the right thing. And, the earth has been disregarded in so many ways by so many people for such a long time. But I think for us, you just can't be afraid to get in there and roll your sleeves up and do the work, and it's just got to be done. And it's all hands on deck, but that's what we're doing in Bridgeport. And, that's why we hired Reggie, and that's why we're leading on this issue in our community, and that's why we're educating our board, and they're excited about it. And we have 1,700 members that support us every year, and they're very excited that we're actually doing this work in Bridgeport. And some people have said, well, it's not really a part of your mission. Is this part of your mission? Well, it is a part of our mission. And so we're leading and we're getting stuff done. And like Reggie said, it's brick by brick. And it was the right thing for us to do. And sometimes my favorite quote is by Eleanor Roosevelt: do the thing you think you cannot do. And it was long overdue that we started to do this work, and I'm really glad that we did. And we're going to gain more than we're going to give, I think, through it. So I'll end it with that.
Thanks. No. And as we heard earlier, it's an ongoing process, is never going to be a finished project. I see Reggie's got the hand up, and I also saw Melanie in the comment with lead by example. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to build, I agree with the data research and lead by example, but I also think that you should also deal with it, because sometimes people like us passive aggressive and let them just shoo the people off and be like, hey, these crazy ideas. and they go into darker and darker roads. So you should have those conversations to pull these people from just doing their own research, getting those bad sides of the internet, doing building upon their negative view of their resistance to environmental change. So the biggest step is to deal with it. Don't be like, oh, this guy's racist, or oh, this guy's just greedy, some capitalist pig, deal with it. Have a conversation, be like, you're human. We're gonna figure this out together. We're gonna figure this out together. We're just gonna be talking for 70 years because it's gonna, either way, something's about to happen, but we are gonna deal with it. We're going to have a conversation about it. You're gonna be just as annoyed I'm hearing this racism as you're gonna be just as annoyed as me. So I think dealing with it, finding a common ground, working towards a common ground is the best way to deal with it.
Thank you. I think, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just add that I think for me, it's hard to have those conversations if we're thinking about power dynamics, if we're speaking to, let's say, a white person, a white male, white female, whatever it may be, because of that inherent socially or social power imbalance that is there. And so I think in that situation, you should not have your people of color be talking to these people, especially if they're, if it's someone they're reporting to or whatever. So you really have to understand and ask yourself, what are the power dynamics at play here? Because we don't want to cause other people harm when they're the ones facing the harm to begin with. So just be very, very honest with yourself about that. And I think find common humanity is definitely very, very important, but be very careful in regards to who you put in that place, because it can actually be more harmful than helpful. And then honestly, it's kind of like the question of, how do you talk to climate deniers? Honestly, I don't. I don't. There's enough people out there who are in support. Find those people.
Well, thank you. That's so important. Lee, I think we got time for one last question. It will have to be succinct, but hope to, respond to what you're hoping to hear about.
Yeah, I just wondered, people who were trying to develop urban tree canopies, which I think are like incredibly valuable for dealing with the urban heat island. And that is, I live in a neighborhood that used to be really shady, and a lot of my neighbors have cut their trees down because you get these big winds and people get scared and they think the trees are going to fall on their house, and they cut down perfectly healthy trees. It drives me crazy, but it seems like it's a common fear, and I wondered if other people deal with that in trying to promote, urban trees.
Well, this is more of a tactical question to round us out. Would anyone like to comment on this? Reggie?
I guess I could touch on it a little bit because I talked to this tree guy, the tree warden around here. In Bridgeport, I think they say for like every tree planted, 1.5 are cut down. So it is a losing battle in that sense in regards to the amount, but it's 1.5 trees that are just planted by a city guy, like a city planner, versus 1 tree that's planted by the community. So it is like it's 1 tree now, but it might be 1.1 next year, 1.2 the year after. So I'm not sure if that, like, on the heat island aspect, it doesn't really change much. Well, I mean, it does, brick by brick, you build a house, but it also So how we deal with it is that we just keep on trying. Like we keep on trying, and we make the future, the kind of trees you plant more holistic. So it's just not, we bother the city's planner, he drops 200 trees and we're out. It's like the community built this tree, they're going to take care of this tree and they'll get more. And then even if they leave the community, they'll still know about the information about the tree. So hopefully it works out that, we're all just helping out each other. We all live on the same earth. So if you plant a tree in California, helps me out too, even though I don't feel it.
That's definitely true. Well, Joanna, I'm sorry, we've got to stay on time. So if you'd like to put your question in the chat, maybe one of the panelists can get back to it that way. I wanted to thank our panelists for joining us, for sharing your work, your expertise, your perspective, and, all of your kind of big picture thoughts and advice with this crowd. I think, I learned so much learning from you, and I'm sure that everyone here has new ways of thinking and ideas for what they can do day to day in their work. I think I really especially enjoyed hearing about the different types of partnerships that you forged, the work that you've done to unpack the different power dynamics in the communities that you serve and move towards a power sharing model, and the work that you've done to really amplify and support the needs of community members who, you know, as Reggie said, know what's going on in the neighborhood, know the environmental impacts, and are the first to, you know, be ready to articulate what the community needs. So thanks to everyone for coming together, and for RCP for hosting. And I'll put my link in the chat. I'm sure others can do the same if they want to be contacted in the future. And we hope you have a great conference.
Great. Thank you, Catherine, and David, Reggie, Melanie, and Aaron. I was really floored, I think, with the intentionality of your presentations and the depth of the content and how it connected to the other panels. The whole idea about relationship building and engaging communities and really working from the communities out, not having an agenda, all that. But I don't want to get too much into my take on it, because now we're gonna get into a little bit about hearing your initial thoughts on the panel's discussions. We're moving into the final breakout, but before we do that, we have a couple of Mentimeter questions that we're going to ask. And so if you could please click on the link or use your phone to get that Mentimeter QRL code, whatever it's called. So the first question is, based on what you heard in this discussion, what pithy advice would you give yourself or others about a step to take to build more connections in your community or communities?
Could you put the QR code back up?
And so, Catherine, you and I are gonna, oh, here we go. I would invite you, Catherine, if you wanted to make any comments on these answers. I'm seeing the do less better. That was certainly that panned off, that certainly was something a lot of people got excited about. Be a community amplifier. Take the time to have these conversations and listen to folk in the communities. That's certainly something I heard a lot of, and that's just, it's funny how that's not something we all necessarily do or go straight to. Listen, listen, listen. Yeah, make new friends. I like that. Hold on, seek out. Can you roll down a little bit? Scroll down. Seek out events, activities, and oh, so I missed that one. Yeah, seek out. That's right. Seek out events, activities involving the people, communities we want to connect with, even if the events and activities seem unrelated. I think that is spot on. Thank you. Yeah, don't go it alone. Work with existing colleagues who are complementary to build these connections. I think that for those conservationists to think is, well, we don't want to become social service organizations. You don't have to, especially with RCPs. You really can engage new connections and have them bring their new connections over time. Yeah, conservation and community organizing go hand in hand. That's clearly what David and Reggie have shown, and Melanie and Aaron as well. Catherine, anything you want to point out?
No, you've pulled out a lot of ideas that resonated. It's a lot of C's, I think, the conversations, community, connections. No, it's fun to see it all. These are the digital post-it notes, I guess.
Yeah, the digital post-it notes. Just start talking to others. That's what we did in Bridgeport. That's right. I think that's such a, I think sometimes we don't go there, right? We don't go there to the simple approach because of that awkwardness. And then to go there without necessarily having an agenda is different, challenging. To put it in, it's really sharing power, right? Sharing power of what you're actually, my work plan is putting in my work plan in the hands of someone else. That's really what we're talking about in some cases, even though it's largely, the focus. Good for the Bar Foundation for committing funds, and then require that spending be directed by flow through community organizations. Often funders make planning by community organizations free work a precondition for committing funds. That's very true. All right, I think we're ready to go to the next question. Let's see. So the second question is, can I pull that up? What headline can you share with the gathering about your own current stories of collaboration for climate justice, land justice, and resilience? And I would encourage you to think broadly, just as our speakers had just expressed broadly, what are the foundational, building blocks of working in this field, working with justice. This is a tough question, I think, in part, right? You have to be thinking about your work and what are the ways that you are moving in this direction. Excellent. Crossing political boundaries. My partner at this gathering helped us implement a goal of submitting a U.S. Forest Service grant last week, which will include tribal partners. Excellent. Yep, you have to start somewhere, sometimes start today. Great headline. You have to, yep. We had marginal success, then fell flat, and we'll try again. Yeah, I've been there. Look at what the obstacles are and the root causes. Origins tell us a lot about our present. Trust must be earned. Yep, again, we're hearing a lot about the reciprocal relationship with something that started at the very beginning of our gathering, and we're still talking about it now. Go to where time in nature is happening the least. Right, that's almost like the idea of the heat island. Where are the issues? Where are the areas most intense? Hire DEIJ consultants. A lot of people are doing that. Yeah, what did Diane Russell in the chat box saying? What did you try new? Give us a flavor of it. You don't have to necessarily have some wisdom to share necessarily. Just what is it that you're trying that's new, that's different? One of my new tribal partners attended today's gathering and was very engaged. I'm glad his voice was heard, as it is very important and powerful. I'm so glad. Save Buttonwood Forest, ancient, I don't even know how to say it, Lenape ritual site. With the right people and at the right time, the moonshots can work. And don't do this work because you have to. Do it because you should, and it is just. Right, don't do it for an Instagram post, please. I like that. Rethink, I know we'll go up there. Rethink your traditional framework of what success looks like to start on the path to serving your communities equitably. All right. Great. What was that? Trying to get a PE credit for involvement in nature programs. That's a great idea. So I think this is a good time now to pass it over to Diane, who's going to be overseeing our final breakout group discussion of the day. Diane? Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you all for your headlines and your examples and your digestion. That was kind of a pre-opportunity before you go into the breakouts. And this breakout is going to give you a chance to digest both what the very rich panel had to offer about specific work that's happening in communities and how they're doing it, as well as giving you a chance to kind of digest what you've gotten across the day. And I can see that and feel that in your comments. We're all kind of working with the different pieces that we've been given and applying it. So these will be breakouts of about 4 people, and you'll have a chance again to use the go-round method. We're going to drop the questions in chat, so you'll have those as you go into the breakout, just as a reference. But again, chance to introduce each other to yourself to each other. That seems like a very basic thing, but take a little more time with this first introduction in this conversation, and maybe just share a little bit about your favorite quote of the day or your favorite, something that's bubbling for you. And then round 2 is going a little deeper, which is what's your biggest takeaway from the stories and the discussion that you just heard with Reggie and Aaron and Amy, and now they took their pictures away, so I don't have them at the top. But the whole panel, the whole amazing panel that we heard, what was your biggest takeaway from that? And just try to capture that in a quick go around. And then finally, overall today, how do you intend to apply what you've learned today in your own context? And that context could be your organization, it could be your regional conservation partnership, or it could be broadly in your living, in your community, however you define community. So we want you to start to turn towards, okay, so I got all this stuff, now what do I think I might do with it? So we're going to send you off for about 15 minutes or so to have these discussions. And I'll cue you up. We would like you to come back with your own personal statement about your intention and maybe one step that you're going to take following this gathering, given everything that we've discussed about our collaboration, climate justice, building relationships, working for land justice. So off you go. And questions are there.
Well, I think it's time. Everybody's coming back from the breakout groups. We are going to have a Mentimeter to get at the kind of crux of it all, which is what is one step you can take after the gathering to move toward your intentions. And this is hopefully going to help answer the question that people had that I expressed over the past year relating to how do we advance climate justice? What is one step you can take after this gathering to move toward your intentions, presumably around climate justice and the intersectional quality of that?
And to us, let's put the link in the chat for anyone who needs it.
The chat history, yeah, we'll be sharing the chat history with everybody.
And all of these Mentimeters download as a PDF, so we'll get that out to folks.
So one step people can take, talk with others in my organization about what we can do to improve our engagement. Acknowledge your privilege and take accountability.
Definitely heard a lot about slowing down today, throughout the day. And so someone being confident and advocating for that slowdown. So I like seeing that. And again, insistent on permission to go slower.
Yeah. Like this, get connected with BIPOC-led community organizers and amplify their efforts and follow their lead. What a great idea. Not even, focused on one's own efforts, but really share power and amplify others. Expand my group of friends. And on
the same line, go to an event that you maybe normally wouldn't.
Yeah. Increase my understanding and know-how regarding Indigenous-led conservation. Yes, a lot of learning, but also engagement at the same time. That build broader planning groups to get more diverse input. Let's see, from the chat, try to meet in person with the BIPOC partners we think we would like to work with, preferably for a woods walk or the like. Great idea.
Seeing some sharing this with colleagues, sharing this within my organization. And again, we're going to have this material plus the video full recording, so you can share within your networks for folks who weren't able to come today.
This is so awesome. Leaning into uncomfortable discussions. Get in contact with Chris. I would definitely welcome and encourage that.
So these are amazing. And I want to thank you all. Often this is really the hardest part, is integrating what you've heard and how you'll integrate that into your work back home. I want to thank everyone for their thoughtfulness and your attention for our speakers. I'm going to transition us to the final portion of our day today. It looks like there's so many amazing tangible actions that everyone's going to take. So please stay with us these last few minutes for another dose of inspiration with our final word speaker. If there is one thing that I hope we've done today, I hope it was to bring you a diversity of perspectives and stories that will help you see new opportunities in your communities and in your work, and to overcome any challenges that you have or that you face. So in that spirit, I'd like to turn it over to Cassandra Bull to share her remarks on uplifting young voices and reframing a conservationist potential for cultivating community. Cassandra is the research consultant at Environmental Grantmakers Association and a policy intern for the National Farm to School Network. Cassandra, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi. First, I want to thank Bill and Katie for asking me to join today. I just put a link to a one-page visual aid that has the main points for my talk in the chat. I'm here physically in Birmingham, Alabama, which is on the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Muskogee and Shawnee people. I moved here just a couple months ago from Boston. I'm here to speak from the perspective of a young professional who's new to the conservation space. And not only that, but I came to conservation from outside of traditional roots. Actually, when Bill asked me to speak at this gathering, I told him I was utterly unqualified to speak at all. And he assured me that conservation is much more than land protection deals and finance, that this field needs broadening and deepening. So hopefully we can all walk away from this event with actionable items on how to create a more collaborative and inclusive land stewardship movement. I was raised in upstate New York on the foothills of the Adirondacks, and I spent my young adult years in the woods, utilizing trail systems and sitting in city parks. I used those spaces to contemplate about the three most pressing and most concerning issues facing my generation. The first is the climate crisis. I was one of those teens with really severe climate anxiety. The second is biodiversity loss. And the last, which we've heard a lot about today, is environmental justice. We as a society have the responsibility to fight injustice of all kinds at all times. So during this time I spent on the land that undoubtedly benefited from conservation efforts, it did not occur to me once that conservation actually could be an answer to these three vital issues I cared so much about. But indeed, conservation can, and in many cases already is supporting biodiversity, sequestering carbon, and promoting a just world all at the same time. So in the next few minutes, I hope to push you all a little bit outside of your comfort zone to reimagine how we can make this happen even more in our own work. So as I said, I'm not a conservationist. My undergraduate degrees were in fine arts and agriculture. I worked on several farms and then realized that there was more work to be done to cultivate the demand for good food. And then I worked at Cornell Cooperative Extension in a rural county doing community food systems work, promoting food assistance programs, connecting producers with schools, and developing K-12 curricula. Outside of this work, I was on the board of a handful of nonprofit grassroots groups. I helped build and maintain community gardens and ran a farmers market to expand food access and sovereignty in my community. And then it became really clear to me that this work was shaped by planners and policymakers. So in graduate school, I studied environmental policy and planning at Tufts University. I worked with the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire to elevate the stories of local leaders who are changing the laws to democratize the energy sector. I worked with the Boston Neighborhood Community Land Trust to research the impacts of communally owned land. But it wasn't until I went to the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow last year that it clicked. Yes, conservation as nature-based, carbon sequestration, that makes a lot of sense, right? But if we dig deeper, land and land use are at the origin of all climate and community-related decisions. And why hadn't I realized that before? So now I'm looking at my interest through this lens of land use. And I'm drawn to conservation because it's inherently, with a few exceptions, anti-capitalist. This means that by stewarding land for open space or habitat, we're not utilizing land for its maximum economic potential, right? We're not clear-cutting forests for high-rise condos, and we recognize that there are other, more important, more intangible uses for land. This way, conservation is on the path to promoting solidarity. But it's not quite there, right? And this is because land conservation is not inherently anti-colonial, not yet. So I graduated in August, and since then I've been trying to imagine my future career and what kind of community-led conservation work I want to participate in. So this is what I've been thinking. The first overarching question from today is, how do we promote land justice? So first I think about ownership. And I'm inspired by the work of community land trusts, many of which focus on housing, but some are involved in agriculture or open space. And their mission is to take land off of the speculative market and put it in a space that is communally controlled. I'm also inspired by the land back movement. Some of the most meaningful work we can do as allies is simply to support Indigenous communities in their effort to regain jurisdiction over their ancestral lands. This would also shift land from a space that is privately owned back to one that is communally controlled. The second way to address land justice is to think about access. Prioritizing public land over private property is crucial. Public land fights the narrative of elite conservationists preserving land by removing people from it. Public land can also increase engagement and inspire future conservationists. Next, incorporating cultural use easements in land work is a crucial first step to formalize Indigenous access for harvesting and for ceremony. Lastly, the word access can also encompass who feels welcome and who feels safe and who has the ability to enjoy conserved land. I really appreciate when resources are earmarked for urban projects or projects developed along public transit routes. The second overarching question from today is, how do we build trust? So let's make it our job to show up. I'm thinking about the old adage of, we want so-and-so kind of person to be part of our nonprofit, but how do we get them involved? I found that the best way to build relationships is just to show up, to the extent that we're welcome, of course. But look intentionally for groups that are already doing community or justice-related work that you might not work directly with. Volunteer. Go to events at that nonprofit, go to their meetings, offer to participate on a committee or on a board. Especially for a grassroots organization, any additional capacity can make a huge difference for them. I'm grateful that at Cornell Extension, we were encouraged to use our billable staff time to do things just like this. We were paid to know what was happening in our community and to support that generative work. It was part of our job. We can also use programming to build trust. So we're all here because we collaborate with other conservationists on shared learning. But what other organizations do we collaborate with day to day? Providing financial, that piece is important, and other resources for others to create their events while utilizing our land and our platforms is a great way to build trust. It can also expand our reach without straining our capacity. And the last overarching question from today is, how do we engage communities in a meaningful way? I want to be clear that this doesn't have to involve a shift in organizational scope or mission creep, but it may need a shift in organizational structures. So one example of this are the metrics and definitions we use to evaluate our work. So for example, what metrics are we using to identify suitable land for conservation? And what would it look like to embed equity and community in our evaluative tools? So what would our work look like if our metrics of success were new collaborative partners we engaged with, the number of residents participating in decision-making, the acres that are open to the public or for cultural use, the acres we acquired for other stakeholder groups like BIPOC or refugee farmers? The next aspect of organizational structure I look at is decentralized decision-making. So how are our organizations making key decisions? For example, if you're a land trust, who is informing what land you're looking to acquire? Are the decisions on what to do stemming from a hierarchical, often singular space? Or are these decisions made by a group of people reaching consensus? And if so, who are these people? Let's look at community land trusts again, specifically the board structure of a CLT. Even though community land trusts are landowning nonprofits, just like land trusts, they reframe the ownership of their land as communally owned and democratized. This is because they have a board that consists of 1/3 leaseholders, 1/3 general public, and 1/3 neighborhood residents. And this ensures that their direct stakeholders have a seat at the table, and it also treats lived experience as expertise. So how can we emulate this in conservation? The last structural element I want to touch on is youth development. I would not be here today if someone did not ask me to be on a nonprofit board when I was a teenager or trust me to run a small nonprofit when I was only 20. I've supported youth activists as a farm to school coordinator. I've also institutionalized a youth board member position in one of my organizations, and I recommend it. Make space either on the board or through a youth development pipeline like the Alpine program. Create spaces for youth, especially folks from minoritized backgrounds. We're always making decisions that will impact this world for the next generation, and it's our responsibility that they have a say in the present. I want to conclude by sharing something I can't stop thinking about. A colleague recently said that nonprofits are uniquely positioned because they can make up and even change their own bylaws. And it's true. There are very few, very broad rules set by the government that nonprofits actually have to adhere to. But within these parameters, there's so much potential to reimagine how the bones of conservation work can incorporate justice and community. Thank you again for listening to my final word, and thank you all for the work you're doing to benefit communities and future generations.
Thank you, Cassandra, for your final word. It was amazing how your comments kind of wove together much of discussions over the course of the day, and have you, at the same time, you provided very unique and specific ways in which land trusts and RCPs and others could advance land justice and equity. Just fantastic. It's just really great to see, as you said, young professionals advancing these great ideas and really being a leader for the rest of us. So I appreciate that. And we're really wrapping up the gathering. You know, Katie and I and the whole HISTED team really want to thank all of you for making an impact on the trajectory of our work. We really wanted to have, you know, improve the practice of collaborative landscape conservation in one day, and I think we collectively did it. Katie?
We hope that you'll stay in touch. If this was your first time attending, or for any reminders of how to stay connected, there's a list of resources on the last page of your event packet, and maybe we can drop that link in the chat again in just a minute. Also, don't forget to check out who's here, who was here, and network with peers with our engagement map. And there's also a link to that in the virtual packet, but just a great way to stay in touch with folks doing work that probably have expertise in your region and maybe you haven't met. So hopefully you find that useful.
Yeah, and we'll be sending you other opportunities to be more engaged in the network over the course of the year. There's going to be a series of webinars this winter and spring on increasing forest carbon as well as conservation finance.
And we'll be releasing the full video of this event today later this next month, I believe. So stay tuned for that. If you missed part of it, or if you wanted to share it with colleagues, will be very easily shareable. And last but not least, but we hope you'll join us in person, 3D, for the RCP gathering next year, 2023, which will be at UMass Amherst, which is where we had been meeting the last few years prior to COVID. So keep a lookout in the next couple of months for an RFP for workshop proposals that we'll be looking for 2023 in person. Hope to see you there.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for joining. Hope you have a really great day.